Good afternoon, everybody. It's my great pleasure in welcome resource person, professor and industrial person, Mr. Deepak Keynes, and participant from different institution. And ladies and gentlemen, once again we welcome second day FDP. I would like to represent about a resource person. Actually, Mr. Deepak Keynes, project manager in Triangle Technologies Private Limited in Madurai. He did undergraduate degree in Karunya University and ME in Anna University Regional Campus. And he is currently pursuing a PhD at MS University in the area of wireless sensor network. Sir has well technical sound in the following domain such as leadership and innovation, strategic thinking, IT implementation, software project management, business analysis, and process redesign. Professor has published more than 12 research articles in national and international journals. Professor has good experience in handling national as well as international projects such as McKent Jimmy Bings in Australia, Certificate Body Integrate Information Management System in London, and Asset Management System. Professor Deepak Kane has well played as a resource person for promoting technical application according to modern trend in more than 36 in different platforms across India. With this brief introduction, we would like to hand over the session to Mr. Deepak Kane, sir. Let's welcome, sir.
Thank you, Sebastian, sir. Thank you, sir. Good morning, everyone here. Good morning, all the professors. Well, the title for today's second session is how to manage data. Literally, we are going to manage the data in the internet. So ideally, if that is the topic, that will be well suitable for this session. So, and I'm J K Deepak Keynes, your instructor today. I am working as a project manager and at a startup company in Madurai, Tamil Nadu. So, I thank the management, the Sebastian sir, and the whole management team of MEFCO Engineering College for giving me the opportunity to be the resource person in this ASCT sponsored faculty development program. I thank you. I thank you. Well, to describe more detail, my name is J K Deepak Keynes. I am a website developer who has created a number of websites. I started my career as an assistant professor for computer science and engineering department. I jumped into industry in the year 2014. I started as a trainee and grown up to become as a developer, programmer, project coordinator, team lead, project manager, and I'm used to be the trainer for student workshops in various engineering colleges and arts colleges. Wherever they call me, I will be going here and there. So also I'm still doing my research in Manomaniyam Sundaram University under the title Clustering Methodologies in Wireless Sensor Networks. And the background that you are seeing is a hands-on training workshop held in Manomaniyam Sundaram University. So you can you can view my details in my LinkedIn page, which I have mentioned below, and the Facebook page. You can very well click and know more details about me. So this is to address about me. Okay, so thanks again for giving me the opportunity. So we will jump into the slide. Sorry for the mishap in the morning. I was not able to get connected because of my headset problem. So thanks for your patience. Thanks for the team in the MEFCO Engineering College for trapping me again and putting me in track. Right. So we'll jump into this session. I'll start with slide. So the topic given to us is data management, data handling in the internet. So I will dig some more details about the theoretical explanations, and after that I will motivate you to come up with some practical issues which we are handling in the day-to-day websites. We are handling with so many servers. So I hope this session will be a useful session for you all. So slide 3 is dealing with data management. Data management is the practice of collecting, keeping, and using data securely, efficiently, and cost effectively. The goal of data management is to help people, organizations, and connected things optimize the use of data within the bounds of policy and regulation so that they can make decisions and take actions that maximize the benefit to the organization. A robust data management strategy is becoming more important than ever as organizations increasingly rely on intangible assets to create value. Right? So we have so many benefits of data management. The first and foremost benefit is data management increases productivity, right? So if there is one thing that business owners and executives know, it's that productivity is essential. Increased productivity means increased revenue for the business. Proper data management actually means increased productivity. You may ask how it is going to increase the productivity. By having all your data in one neat organized place, anyone who needs access to it, maybe the sales team, the marketing team, the accounting team, etc. See, I am saying this in the industrial point of view. Similarly, you will have multiple teams inside your organizations, maybe multiple departments inside your organization. So every team is going to hold this data, and if this data is going to be maintained cleanly and effectively, then it is going to be a very useful thing. They can easily find what they need. Having proper data management within the company means your data is streamlined and there is no one asking around the entire business about how to find information on a particular lead or customer, right? So data management increases productivity, right? And the next benefit is data management reduces the security risk. The data management reduces the security risk. You probably noticed the words data breach from somewhere. That tends to be enough to make anyone's ears perk up. If there is one thing a business owner or executive does not want on their hands, it is a data breach. You want your leads and customers to trust your business and feel secure in providing your business with their information, whether it is simply contact information or it's credit card and payment information. So in our everyday life, we are creating so many applications in our company. So we are forced by the clients not to store the credit card informations. So we are concentrating on reducing the security risk, right? So I will deal with this in detail in the future slides about how we can protect the data. But this is the slide which we are addressing because we are focusing on the benefits, right? This is number 2 benefit. Having one safe, secure area where this data lives is essential to being able to protect this data for your leads and customers, right? So data security is critical. This is the point that I wanted to address. Every customer's trust our businesses, right? So the next thing is data management minimizes data loss. Data management is very critical for minimizing the data loss. So if your data isn't clean and organized in a single management system, it's easy for your sales and marketing teams and any other teams to lose data and information. This means that valuable leads could be falling, through the cracks and customer information could be getting lost, right? So leading to both revenue loss for the company and frustration for people that you have no record for trying to buy from your company. So it is very critical. Don't let your leads and customers lose trust in your business by losing their information. Keep all data and customer information safe within a data management system. It may be a database management system or any other system in the server for any time they return to your business, right? So this is number third point. And the fourth point that I wanted to address is the benefits of data management improves data quality. Using a data management software that automatically cleans and organizes your data is the perfect way to ensure that your data quality is always top notch. If a company is using makeshift methods for housing and storing data, your company is increasingly likely to have false, duplicate, or outdated data. Dirty data is bad for a business. So keeping up with your data quality is a paramount thing for our business. So with this benefits, we understand that data management, managing the data and storing and retrieving the data is very paramount for any sort of business. It may be educational sector or an industrial sector. It is very paramount, right? So we are jumping into the slide for the definitions. There are few definitions which we already know. It is very well seen in the internet itself. Data management is an administrative process that includes acquiring, validating, storing, protecting, and processing required data to ensure the accessibility, readability, reliability, and timeliness of the data for its users. Organizations and enterprises are making use of big data more than ever before to inform business decisions and gain deep insights into customer behavior, trends, opportunities for creating extraordinary customer experiences. So that is the first point. Do you have any doubts, Professor? Okay, I'll continue. To make sense of the vast quantities of data that enterprises are gathering, analyzing, and storing data, companies turn to data management solutions and platforms. Data management solutions make processing, validation, and other essential functions simpler and less time intensive, right? So leading data management platforms allow enterprises to leverage big data from all data sources in real time to allow for more effective engagement with customers and for increased customer lifetime value. Data management software is essential as we are creating and consuming data at unprecedented rates. So top data management platforms gives enterprises and organizations a 360-degree view of their customers and the complete visibility needed to gain deep critical insights into customer behaviors that give brands a competitive edge. So this is the definition that we gather from the internet, but I have given you something detailed with these 3 points. Data management is very important and paramount for any site, any sort of business which we are coming across. It may be an industrial sector or an educational sector. Wherever we are doing businesses, the database management is very important, right? So there are some challenges we are coming across while storing the data. So while some companies are good at collecting data, they are not managing well enough to make sense of it. Simply collecting data is not enough. As you know, enterprises and organizations need to understand from the start that data management and data analytics only will be successful when they first put some thought into how they will gain value from their raw data. So initially everything is raw data, right? so they can move forward beyond raw data collection with efficient systems for processing, storing, and validating data, as well as effective analysis strategies. So another challenge of data management occurs when companies categorize the data and organize it without first considering the answers they hope to glean from the data, right? So each step of data collection and management must lead toward acquiring the right data and analyzing it in order to get actionable intelligence necessary for making truly data-driven business solutions or decisions. So data management challenges, which we will address in the future slides. And for minimizing those challenges, we need to have some best practices. So this is the slide which we will explain on the best practices on the database management. Begin with the business question. The best way to manage data and eventually get the insights needed to make data-driven decisions is to begin with this business question and acquire the data that is needed to answer that questions. So we have to, ask so many questions and address where we can find answers. So companies that collect vast amounts of information from various sources and then utilize best practices while going through the process of storing and managing the data, cleaning and mining the data, and data analyzing and visualizing the data in order to inform their business decisions. It's important to keep in mind that data management best practices result in better analytics. By correctly managing and preparing the data for analytics, companies optimize the data. A few data management best practices for organizations and enterprise should strive to achieve includes simplify access to traditional and emerging data, scrub data to infuse quality into existing business processes, shape data using flexible manipulation techniques. It is with the help of data management platforms that organizations have the ability to gather, sort, and house their information and then repackage it in visualized ways that are useful to marketers. So the top performing data management platforms are capable of managing all of the data from all data sources in a central location, giving marketers and executives the most accurate business and customer information available. So the benefits of data management and data management platforms includes managing your data is the first step towards handling the large amount of data, both structured and unstructured, that floods business daily. It is only through data management best practices that organizations are able to harness the power of their data and gain the insights that they need to make the data useful. In fact, data management via leading data management platforms enables organizations and enterprises to use data analytics in beneficial ways, such as personalizing the customer experience, adding value to customer interactions, identifying the root causes of marketing failures and business issues in real time, reaping the revenues of associated with data-driven marketing, improving customer engagement, increasing customer loyalty. You can ask enterprise leaders what data management is, and you are likely to get a different answer from everyone you ask. This is particularly true given the move to remote work and the corresponding data management needs of the millions of customers now used for this new reality. However, there is a consensus on the fundamentals of data management, as you know, how it should work and what it should do. Data management, simply put, is a process by which an organization stores and distributes data around the digital workplace, as well as figuring out the best and most compliant way to gather it. With the digital workplace built around applications that run off data or that enable workers to access data, data management and associated technologies are now one of the most important assets in an organization. So in our company also, we are having many data management strategies. We are focusing on many planned meetings, and we are gathering enough information to store data effectively. So by establishing a better framework to access the wide range of data every business generates, companies can make more informed decisions and improve their ability to deliver valuable products and services to customers. So with this information, we are going to the next slide. So these are all the clients set where we are having. As I said, we are having so many clients all around the world. Our partners are in so many places. Data management is very important for us in our company because we are having clients all over the world. We have clients in Northern America, Southern America, Canada, Mexico, Turkey, Nigeria, South Africa, Singapore, Australia, United Kingdom, etc. See, the projects which I am working includes Makent, which is an Airbnb clone. You might have heard about this. Airbnb is an online marketplace which lets people rent out their properties or spare rooms to guests. Airbnb takes 3% commission of every booking from hosts and between 6% and 12% from guests. So this is where you can have the link to my worked projects. These are the big projects that we have worked on, which we are working in the team. I'm working as a project manager here for Airbnb clone related products, right? So Makent is a clone of Airbnb. So there's plenty of criteria to list for each for searching a property, from a shared room to an entire house to having a swimming pool to having a washing machine. There are photos of the property and the host's guests with full map listening, right? So you may ask, why do people like it? A combination of factors, but primarily financial ones, right? Guests get good value accommodation at a huge range of price points, from a few pounds a night to hundreds, and often in prime locations where a normal hotel would cost infinitely more. So hosts can cash in on spare space, perhaps if children have flown the nest and there is spare bedroom. In fact, according to economists, if an Airbnb host lists their property for 7 days a month, on average they would earn 5,600 euros per year, a boost for household income equivalent to a 15% pay rise for an average full-time employee. So with these benefits, we are having so many clients all over the globe. There are some other benefits also. There is more than a financial impetus though. Many guests like living like a local and getting restaurant recommendations from people reality in the know, while may hosts just enjoy meeting new people and showing off their home. So it is very easy to book. Once you have created a verified profile, you can send a message to the host and either book instantly or submit a request for later booking. Hosts must show calendars of availability. Most are kept well up to date, and they will inform you of what they will provide to, like towels or hair dryers. So it's not advised if you are traveling through, though many people don't take bookings for just one night. So I will show you the product. So here you can see. So here you can see the demo for our site. So it is not really but many hosts will add a charge on top of their basic nightly fee. So this is always made clear on booking. So this is the project that we are working on. We are having more than 200 clients all over the world within a span of 2-3 years. So you may ask, how do you get a property if there is no reception? Once you are booked, you and the host will generally arrange where and when to meet, convenient to the property and your arrival time. This could be at the property itself, or if it's tricky to find, many people agree to meet at a more central location and go from there.
Sorry for disturbance, sir.
Sir,
Sir,
pardon, can you hear me?
your PPT is not clear, sir. Visible, please.
It is not visible to you, sir.
Yes, sir. Please.
Are you able to see now?
Yeah, right now. Right. So good.
Okay. So I just went to the browser to show you where the vacant product can be seen. But for some good reasons it is not shared with you. If you want, you can just go to this links like maken.triangle.com or triangle.com uber clone or goforeats.triangle.com to view the links, right? So these are the projects that I am working on, where we are able to store maximum number of data, maximum number of images, and as you can see, many credit card informations are being stored, which are very critical for all our clients. Say for example, we are having clients all over the world. So some clients are calling me up in the early morning. Say for example, I have a few clients calling up from Australia early morning by 4 o'clock itself. And you know why they are calling? They will call me up and they will say that their database is getting hacked. So it is a very paramount thing, because we are handling each and every issues of every clients in a very peculiar way, right? So the so everything is very important. Presently I'm working on Makent, which is Airbnb clone, and I'm working on a Uber clone, which is Gopher. And Gopher Eats is actually similar to Swiggy or Uber Eats, right? So Swiggy or Zomato or anything you may call, it is a restaurant app, right? So these are the things that very important for us. So in the Makent itself, firstly there is a peer review system where hosts and guests can leave honest reviews for each other. Comments can only be left only after reservation. So there are so many comments and so many reviews which are being stored. Verified ID system is there. So there is also the verified ID system, which confirms people's identities by matching them with social media and other offline documents like scanning photo ID. This system is currently only compulsory for last minute bookings. So we have manipulated so many criterias inside this business. So many data is gathered inside each and every project, inside every server, right? So if you're asking me, can you trust the descriptions? There is always the danger, as anything online, that things are not quite as they seem when they see them in flesh. But that's where the reviews come in. Only book somewhere with good ones, right? So the money, if you can ask me how the guest is going to get the money. As a guest, you pay in full as you book through a secure platform, and hosts will receive the money 24 hours after the guest check-in. And you have the option for refunds also. There are 5 levels of cancellation policies depending on the individual host. Generally speaking, you won't get a refund for canceling a trip at short notice, but you might if there are extenuating circumstances, or if there is something wrong with the property that wasn't made clear in the description, right? So we have concentrated on that also. It is already there in the Airbnb itself. So host will also get an amount. Airbnb has a 24-hour customer hotline for both guests and hosts for handling the disputes. And for the latter, they recently introduced an insurance policy for any loss due to theft or vandalism in Britain and 28 other countries. Hosts are protected by a £600,000 host guarantee backed by Lloyd's Insurance Company of London. Airbnb recommends that hosts also have additional appropriate home insurance. So with this introduction of the projects, I'm jumping into the next slide. So these are the projects that we are working on presently, where database management and security are the very paramount issues that I'm addressing every day as a project manager, right? So the growing importance of data management in the digital workplace is what is very important. During this pandemic and this COVID-19 era, we are asked to work from the home. So presently, I'm working as a employee by staying in my home in a compost room, right? So it is where I'm sitting and explaining to you these slides. So the pandemic has been an important reminder that organizational agility and speed are key to successfully navigating business disruption and market change. So effective data management is at the heart of this. Data is the engine that enables companies to see around corners, flex and adapt as needed, and run faster in order to scale up and seize the amount, especially in times of rapid change. Okay, so in our current remote work environment, where swivel chair and hallway conversations are no more, employee productivity, efficiency, and time to value are praised more than ever. So it is not said by me, it is said by Craig Stewart. He is actually a chief technology officer at San Mateo, California based enterprise integration company. You might have heard about SnapLogic. SnapLogic is a very beautiful enterprise integration company which is based in America. So they are also concentrating on these views. So we have similar policies in our company also. As a result, many organizations are turning to low code automation technologies to rid themselves of the repetitive, time intensive, and low value tasks that slow them down, thereby freeing themselves up to focus on more strategic projects that deliver fast business value. At the same time, the importance of data to organizational values continues to grow, no longer praised only by data specialists, but now a critical asset used on a regular basis by workers across each and every business function, from marketing to finance to HR. Right? I told you, right? There are so many teams inside our company, so I have to manage every time without data breach, right? Due to the transition to remote work, data access restrictions have had to change to allow for access from remote locations. So the bandwidth concerns for corporate allocations are more important as users are no longer on corporate networks. All in all, these changes will benefit companies as they enable more secure and robust networks, systems, and applications. So in the next slide, we will talk about securing the remote data, because data management and securing the data is the paramount thing while as we are working on the away from the office, working from the home. So data management in the remote workplace. So as more data enters the organization, the security problem grows. So an officer at remote said the shift to remote work has forced companies to restructure the data management practices and employ the stricter security policies to manage distributed teams across a digital workplace. as employees are more likely to use their personal devices without the added layer of security of a corporate firewall system. The risk of cyber attacks and data breaches have significantly increased. So nowhere in the organization is this more true than in human resources. Handling and securing data properly has become an utmost priority for HR departments, which are now tasked with recruiting and onboarding new employee remotely. With employee confidential employee records being digitally transferred from personal computers, companies are placing greater emphasis on end-to-end encryption and multi-factor authentication tools as additional components of their HR data management procedures. So businesses that have yet to facilitate training and update security policies for HR professionals within their company significantly increase the risk of breaching data privacy laws and compliance requirements, which vary by state and country. Say for example, in our company, we are recruiting employees from all over the India. So mainly we are focusing on employees from southern part of India, but we are also having interviews. Most of the things are happening online, right? Even many of the companies from northern India are asking for me. If I'm going to jump for another company, then I have applied for some other companies days back, and some companies from Gujarat and northern India, Lucknow, they have asked me to come for interview, and they promised that they will give the laptop. They will send the laptop through some standard courier agency, and I can stay safe by working from home. So it is the welfare of everyone. So with this decade of dynamic changes happening all over the world, database management, the securing data in the remote workplace is very paramount thing, right? So accommodating remote work is the next thing that we are going to see. So there is a person called Eric McGee, a senior network engineer at Houston-based TRG data centers, says that the increase in remote working has had a significant impact on data management, as businesses can face many challenges when data is being generated from multiple offsite locations. So companies now must accommodate all the remote offices at employees' home and ensure they are included in the backup and data security plan. So businesses now must ask pressing questions like how data is being generated, which cloud platform is data being stored in, which physical devices are storing data, and whether all the data is being backed up, right? So accommodating remote work is also a paramount thing in our business. So there are modern ways of storing the data. We have already learned about this. Many organizations have had challenges with data storage. The new technological advances have brought a new twist on how to store data. Hackers, on the other hand, have made data storage a sophisticated process that needs to be secured. Traditionally, data storage meant making copies of documents, emails, photos, and applications, and then storing them in a drawer or a safety deposit box. However, a lot has changed with advances in technology as well. So to address the first point, this optical disc, initially before some 50 years, we were using only papers and diaries, right? Say for example, at least before 20 years, we were using many books and for writing and storing information, pocket diaries and so on. But nowadays, optical discs are probably the most common storage means for video and data files in the recent past. The writable Blu-ray discs, DVDs, and CDs are readily available in the market. The CDs can hold up to 700 MBs, while the DVDs can hold up to 4.7 GB of data, right? The Blu-ray discs have a larger capacity of about 25 GB. The challenge that these optical discs face is the fact that they have limited storage capacity and can become bulky in case where one has a lot of data to be stored. Some notebook PCs do not even have the disk compartments, making their use a big challenge, right? So for these things, we are having external hard drives. External hard drives are probably the cheapest data storage products in the market. One can get to up to 1 terabyte of storage capacity at very affordable rates. They are mechanical devices that spin at every high speeds and made of very complex circuit designs. So the advantage that external hard drives have over the optical discs is that they are faster to read and write. The typical lifespan of hard drives is between 2 to 8 years, depending on the way they are handled. Right? This makes them unreliable for people who want to store data for a very long time, right? So the next thing, as you know, is flash drives. Flash drives are also known as solid state drives, mainly because they do not require any mechanical movement in the reading and writing process. Flash manufacturers claim that they can retain data for 10 years, even though they sometimes fall if they are left unpowered for long periods of time. See, I am saying all these things, even though you might have known all these things. I was told that there are some people who have only a basic knowledge of computer science. So I am addressing these things. Probably in the next slides, I'll give you some insights of data security risks that we are handling every day in our company, right? So the flash drives are small in size, making them ideal for data transfers between devices. So they are slightly expensive compared to hard disks, but they are susceptible to viruses. So the main thing that I want to address is the cloud storage. Cloud storage is the very paramount thing that we are working. The companies like our medium scale or high scale companies, our data are being stored in the cloud. Nowadays we are focusing on cloud storage because we are working from home, and many people have to come in and they have to store their data. And say for example, my friend is located in some part of Kerala, and I am located in Tamil Nadu. So my friend will be working in my team. So he will be working in the night time and I will be working in the daytime. For some good reasons, he will complete a good job, and I have to know that what job he has completed, right? So for that instances, we have to store the data in the cloud. So cloud storage is probably the way to go on how to store data safely. Cloud storage services include iCloud, Google Drive, Microsoft OneDrive, and Dropbox. This is a secure means of storing data online and also allows you to access it from any location. So that is the benefit of the cloud, as you know. But we are having so many issues in the cloud. You may ask, you have to know the what is the cloud and how it is stored before addressing those issues in the cloud, right? So this is the slide that you can see. Every information that you are using in the day-to-day internet, you can store in the cloud. So one of the great things that technology has bestowed us with is with its cloud technology. With a rapid increase in data volume and scarcity of space, this was indeed a much needed tech development. This is the reason cloud technology has seen immense growth since its inception. From internet banking to large IT infrastructure, everyone employs cloud storage services to increase the security as well as data integrity prospects of their digital stakes. So in addition to this, there are a lot of applications where we do not notice the presence of online storage, but in reality it is cloud technology which is ensuring the sustainability of such applications. One such application is the music and video streaming sites as shown in the image, such as SoundCloud and Netflix, as we are very prone to this nowadays, right? So we do not need to download the movie or music on our device. Instead, we just need to log in to our account and all available data media files will readily be available to us. Other eminent applications are Google Drive, iCloud Drive, Dropbox, Business, Microsoft Office 365, which you are aware of it, email servers, and many other cloud-based platforms. These platforms have their dedicated mobile apps to give users an easy access to their data, right? So all of these compact solutions are possible today just because of the cloud storage technology. I hope you understand up to this slide. Do you have any doubts, professors?
Professor Deepak sir.
Yeah, sir.
Sir, actually, you told that regarding storage data in cloud, right?
Yeah.
So all the peoples are whether it is worthable or not, because some of the people are copy and paste and something writing going on now.
Yeah.
It is protected too or not, sir?
Yeah, sir. For answering your question, I will jump into the future slides. I will tell you how secure the data is being protected. Say, for example, you are storing almost most of your information in your email servers. Is it right, or is it
Yes, yes,
correct or not, sir?
yes.
Yeah, so email servers, Google servers are protected. As you know, you are aware of it, I think so. In the few weeks back, you might have heard about the uh, apps went down, the server went down, and none of the Gmail accounts are being opened. Did you hear about it, sir?
Yes.
Yeah, many news televisions were also broadcasting this information. Like so many apps, Play Stores went down because the servers went down, right? So there are some methods that we can use to protect this data, because so many account information, credit card information, and all the files and structures, everything we are storing in the cloud. So what is cloud storage? That is the thing that we need to know. In the upcoming slides, I will show you how the information is stored in the cloud and how we are storing in an industrial sector, how we are storing information in the cloud, which I will address in the future slides. But basically, before that, I will touch some basics of cloud. Cloud computing is a uh, is a paramount thing that we need to address upon to address the future issues in the future slides, right? So one of the great things that technology has borrowed us with its cloud technology, as you know, as it is said that to understand anything, one should first know about its roots or foundations. The same applies here. So in order to know how the cloud storage, it is mandatory to first establish the understanding of cloud computing. Cloud computing is basically a synonym to far-flung data centers that can be accessed to the internet. Generally, cloud computing works on the concept of virtualization. This concept further provides the basis for virtual machines. Virtual machines are created with the help of software which segregates the memory, power, and storage of the subjected machine into various smaller units. So each of these smaller units will be running into its own operating system. This concept allows the computing resources to be shared and accessed efficiently by every connected device or third-party apps on the cloud network. So being a subset of cloud technology, cloud storage is also a sort of real-time remote storage. Such storage bear users from the formalities and hassle of managing on-site storage mediums. The clients on business users will just need to send the photos and videos or any other data to the server of the cloud service provider. This data will then be stored over the remotely located storage mediums. Generally, cloud storage systems encompass hundreds of data servers which are closely linked with each other via the master cloud server. However, each such scenarios can only be found in large and complex data cloud centers. Simpler one usually employs just one data server. Cloud storage systems ensure data security as well as integrity. It is so because the user's data will remain safe on the remote location, and if anything happening out on the local storage device or locality, data will remain protected. So thus enabling the user to enact storage and making them reliable. So our users will be paying only for what they have been consuming. Another exciting feature is the contagious security measures of cloud storage. It employs data encryption to save data from being hacked and uses 2 and 3 factor authentication to abandon unauthorized access to the data. So I hope this explains the cloud data storage process. There are multiple stages and procedures involved to let the data be stored on the cloud platforms. For cloud storage to be enacted, there is a compulsion of having at least one data server. This data server should then be equipped with internet connectivity. The user will send the subjected file to that data server through the internet. This file transfer activity can either be done manually or automatically. After being stored in the data server, this file or data is then forwarded to the the cloud data is actually located. Professor sir, can you give me 2 minutes? I need to pick my laptop charger.
Yes, sir. No problem. You can proceed.
Yeah, give me 2 minutes.
Yeah, please.
Yeah, sir, I'm back.
Good, sir. Okay.
So we are having a question, right? Where on earth is cloud data is actually located? So think of cloud computing, and the first thing that comes to mind is usually a mainstream application like Google Drive or Dropbox or iCloud. But there is a lot more to it than you might think actually. Firstly, we need to understand what cloud computing actually. In a nutshell, cloud computing is all about storing and retrieving your personal or corporate data from your own little area on the internet. Nothing is stored on your local hard drive, and it is accessible from any location, any device, and at any time. If that all sounds a little far-fetched, think about an email service you are already using, maybe Gmail, Yahoo, or Hotmail, etc. None of those emails you send and receive is actually taking up space on your local hard drive. They are stored on the email provider's servers. This is a form of cloud computing. This is the best example of cloud computing. To take this example further, remember that you can log in and access your emails from any PC, any laptop, and any smartphone. So this is only made possible by the cloud. So however, many people don't realize that despite being held in the cloud, your data still needs to be physically stored on the device somewhere. Whether this is on flash or a traditional hard drive storage, companies offering this service still need to have huge servers dedicated to storing your data. These places are often called server farms and are essentially vast warehouses filled with servers which are running 24/7 across through 65 days. This raises a number of questions. Where is my data actually stored, and who has access to my data, and is my data safe? Sebastian sir, I am addressing your question. Is my data safe?
Yes, yes, yes.
So in terms of where your data is stored, it is fairly safe to say that you will never truly know unless you do some digging. So the provider may be based in the US. Maybe I'm telling you the service provider, he may be based in the US, for example, but their servers might be in China. Their servers may be in China or the UK or anywhere else in the world. Many companies outsource their service farms to satellite locations in order to reduce costs. So it is very difficult to know where your data actually resides, and the cloud provider may not necessarily disclose this. So who has access to my data? Who has access to your data is another point to consider. Reputable companies have tried and tested security systems to ensure that only you have access to your data. There are fearless companies out there are they are offering the same amount of storage and functionality. Whether you choose to trust them or not is an important decision. In addition, you should also find out about the safeguards that are in place to keep your data secure and always accessible. Most reputable cloud storage providers will replicate your data several times on different servers to ensure that in the event of a catastrophe your files are safe. This is not to say that your data will be ever 100% safe. Beneath the natural disasters, fires, malicious damage are all events that you can plan for but not necessarily avoid it. Remember, the vital point to remember is that although your data is not physically stored on your local hard drive, it is still stored somewhere, and with this in mind, it may still be susceptible to the same failures and problems as the hard drive in your laptops or PC. So server farms are not invincible. Storage media can fail, large corporations can get hacked, and data can get deleted just as easily on a server as it can on your computer. So be wary of storing all your important and confidential data in the cloud. Though it is secure to some extent, we need to be alert for 24/7 in 365 days, right? So with this thought, I am getting inside the top database security risks. Database, we are storing the database in the server, which is in the cloud. So this is again a very important and a critical issue for our company. Wherever I worked in the last 6 years, we are faced with this question, because customers are trying to store the database secure, right? So databases by definition contain data, and data such as credit card information is valuable to criminals. That means databases are an attractive target to hackers, and it's why database security is vitally important. Here we cover 7 useful database security best practices that can help keep your database safe from attackers. So the first thing that we need to consider is to ensure physical database security. Use web applications and database firewalls. Harden your database to the fullest extent possible. Encrypt your data. Minimize the value of databases. Manage database access tightly. Audit and monitor the database activity, and ensure physical database security, right? So in the traditional sense, this means keeping your database server in a secure locked environment with access controls in place to keep unauthorized people out. But it also means keeping the database on a separate physical machine, removed from the machines running applications or web servers. A web server is more likely to be attacked since it is located in the DMZ, and I mean the domain, and therefore publicly accessible. And if a web server is compromised and the database server runs on the same machine, the attacker would have access as root user to your database and data. So we may have to use the web applications and database firewalls. Your database server should be protected from database security threats by a firewall which denies access to traffic by default. The only traffic allowed through should come from specific application or web servers that need to access this data. So the firewall should also protect your database from initiating outbound connections unless there is a specific need to do so. So there are various things that we need to focus on for protecting all these things. I'm jumping into the future slides because we have only limited time, because, and also I want to address you some security issues which we are focusing on our company, right? So no matter the breakthrough, no matter the latest fade trend, the database. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Sir, unfortunately, the window is closing up.
No, sir.
Say my presentation is gone.
Oh, you can proceed, sir. You can proceed. I am not doing anything.
Okay.
I am not doing anything.
So are you able to see the screen?
Yeah, I see it there. Hey,
Okay, sir.
it's
Okay.
visible. It's visible.
So I will repeat. This current thing. Databases are subject to a number of security risks, such as data corruption or loss, inappropriate access, malware, phishing, and other cyber-related attacks, security vulnerabilities, or configuration problems, or maybe denial of service attacks. Right? However, Apple's comparisons of database security tools are often difficult, as most tools are tailored to a specific database, operating system, platform, or vendor. That said, here is our list of some of the top tools available to secure database against incursion. So to protect the data,
Excuse me, sir, your PPT is not visible.
is it visible now?
Visible now. Visible now. Now is it visible, sir?
No, sir.
Plus, now it is visible.
Is it visible, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. Here there are some security tools for 2021. It should be always encrypted. So always encrypted is a security tool. It is a feature exclusively for users of Microsoft SQL Server and Azure SQL database. It ensures sensitive data and its corresponding encryption keys are never revealed in plain text to the database system. It really only adds the value to these databases if they are storing credit card, social security numbers, and other highly sensitive information that doesn't need to be exposed to users for search and query. Otherwise, SQL database administrators should skip it along with those
Please, sir.
operating.
Please. Sorry for interpretation, sir. Actually, Mr. Virendra Kumar is on the present. Please remove your present, sir. Mr. Virendra Kumar, stop it. You are present. Please go ahead, sir.
Shall I continue, sir?
Yeah, please. But your PPT is not visible. Somebody is showing, sir. Somebody is showing that.
Okay. Is it visible now?
No, sir. I will
Sir,
check.
maybe is it hanged or you just check it, sir?
Okay.
The screen is a please start Minicam. It's showing like that.
So I'm. Are you able to see my screen now?
No, sir. It's only one screen. It's hanged from since from last 1 or 2 minutes. The same slide was there. Now you can share, sir. Now you can share your screen.
You can proceed, sir.
Now it is shown, sir.
Yes. You can share. You can share your screen, sir.
Now
share.
Are you able to see the screen now?
No. You can share.
Now it's disappeared. Only the participants we can able to see. Yeah, no.
Yeah, wait. I'm sharing again.
Yes, sir.
Are you able to see the screen now?
Yeah. Now it's visible,
Yes.
sir. You can proceed, sir. You can proceed.
Okay, sir. Do you all know about the PHP MyAdmin? Professors, do you all know about the PHP MyAdmin login interface? PHP MyAdmin is nothing but a database management system. Okay, so we have to secure the database management system because every data is being stored inside the database management system, which is called PHP MyAdmin. Okay, usually each and every project labs we use PHP MyAdmin for storing web related information, right? So for changing, there are some methodologies and interfaces we can do to secure the PHP MyAdmin, and these are the things that we are doing in our company also. In the last 2 years ago, we had an issue like somebody is able to address hack our PHP MyAdmin. It was because we were storing our PHP MyAdmin in the URL itself. So it happened in one of the previous company where I worked. So the possible solutions we encountered to sort this issue is changing the default PHP MyAdmin login URL. So usually the PHP MyAdmin login URL will be typically looking like slash URL slash PHP myadmin. So we put some aliases like we modified the PHP myadmin to some other aliases like PA or MA, something like. So the next thing we can do is enable HTTPS. HTTPS is actually SSL. SSL is nothing but securing the layer, secure socket layer. If you put SSL, SSL is actually an encrypted key. So if you put SSL encryption key in your URL, in your domain, then your domain will be protected, right? So for any domain which is protected with HTTPS, there is no way any attacker will not be able to um, get an access to the PHP admin, right? So another best way is to protect your password for the PHP myadmin. Passwords can be protected easily by using special characters. You have to use special case characters, and also some uppercase and lowercase characters, and also the numbers for securing the any type of account. So so it is not, you cannot say 100% you can protect your data if you're going to modify your passwords, but to some extent you can protect your data. It can give you servers can give you alerts. If someone else is going to access your URL, then the servers can very well give you access alerts saying that this data is being monitored by someone else, right? So there are many database monitoring tools also in the market, which you have to go and buy it. So they are also doing this business. But to be frank, if you are storing your daily information on the internet, it is unsafe, right? So disabling root login is one more thing that you can do to safeguard the PHP admin, right? So one of the main thing that we have to work on is the version control system. It is actually will be known forever by the tracks we leave. In the version control system, there are so many versions which you can put it up. Similarly, for writing a book, if you are publishing your first version of the book, you will call it as version 1.0, right? So for making your second copy an updated version, you will call it as 1.1.1 or 1.2 or 2.0, right? So similarly, for every information you are storing in the internet, in the version control system, the version control system is actually a cloud. Say for example, we are having so many cloud information, centralized and distributed cloud information systems in the market. One of the popular distributed cloud information system is the GitHub. I know you might have heard about GitHub or GitLab in your daily life, right? So this is a centralized version control. The repository will be staying in the cloud, and there should be a working copy in your local machine. Say for example, 3 persons are working in your team, and everyone will be having access to working copy, individual working copies, right? So everyone will be able to commit and update. Say in the previous slide I told you with an example. Say for example, myself and my friend is working on one of the project. We both are assigned to the one of the project, and say for example, my friend is going to work on the night shift and I'm going to work on the day shift, and I need to know to what extent my friend has worked. So when I am going to log in, I will make a git pull request, and while he completed his work, he will make a commit command, and he will push his request. Okay, so right soon after I log into my system, I will make a git pull request to, and after that only I will know that to what extent my friend has worked on. So this is the concept of the centralized version control. So this is the example for the checking out from the file, and I am making many versions, like starting from version 1 to the latest version. The latest version will be visible to the will be visible to my friend or myself. Whoever works on the latest, they will have to commit and update it, and the latest version will be the stable, which will be visible to everyone inside that particular project, right? So this is how the Git is working on. And there are two things that you have to know. Maybe the computer A, computer B, which I have addressed here, is my friend's computer, which may be A, and my computer is computer B. Okay, so there are so many versions which we have worked on right from the starting of the project, and those versions are numbered, so you can very well track where your commits have worked, which time they have committed, and who have committed it. So this is very important in our day-to-day work from home scenario. And there is one more thing called Git. Git is actually a distributed version control system. It is an other option for centralized version control system. Distributed system, one copy will be stored in the server computer. I told you this is the cloud server. So cloud, if you are going for cloud, we have to work with distributed version control management system. Git is a very good example. See, this is the graph which is showing the difference on various versions. See the below line, bottom line, say for example the project name is 2.6.x kernel release, and there are, so you can see there are so many versions in the X plane, and the Y plane is showing how many variations of data from the inception to the latest one. Okay, it will show the added and modified, defect, deleted files, everything. Okay, so I have shown simple code for added lines in the blue color, and deleted codes in the red color, and black codes in the modified. So whatever things you are doing in the version, it will be simply thrown up here, right? So it is founded by none other than Linus Torvalds, who originally using VCS before he was using centralized version control system as BitKeeper. Now it is fast. Git is fast and decentralized version control revision system he has founded. So he is a founder of Linux also, Linux and Unix also, and Git is similar to Unix and Linux. Okay, so the basics of the Git I have shown you in the previous slides. Here the first slide, if you see, it is a working directory, and the next one is the staging area. So working directory is actually your local computer. From here you have to push your changes here in the staging area, and from here you have to push your changes to the Git repository. You can make everything vice versa. Okay, so the popular cloud storage system is the Git, where the main advantage of using the Git is you will know who is having access, who has modified the code latest, and there are each and every version changes will be shown here, right? So these are some of the Git commands that I have given for reference. And this is the file status life cycle. You will have untracked files, unmodified files, and if you are going to commit into the Git repository, it will be saying as modified files, and once the commit is pushed, then it will be saying as staged files, right? So you can also reverse this whenever possible. You can also revert it if you don't want to say, for example, if you don't want some particular lines of code, you can also revert it. Okay, I think I'm going deeper into it. You can maintain conflicts also. So the main attacks that I will address here is CSRF attack. 2-3 attacks only I'm going to address here. The first thing is CSRF attack. CSRF attacks come in this way. CSRF attack is nothing but your data will be given to someone else that you might not be knowing. So whenever you are handling data in the website, you should be very careful. Say the first person is the perpetrator, he is the attacker who forges a request for fund transfer to your website. Okay, so maybe if you are accessing your banking site, and if this attacker is going to access your forms, the second point explains that the attacker embeds the request into a hyperlink and sends it to visitors who may logged into the site. And the third point is the visitor, which may be you yourself. A visitor clicks on the link inadvertently, sending the request to the website. And if the website is going to run the link, it will go back to the attacker. The website validates request and transfers funds from the visitor's account to the attacker. So whatever amount you are going to say, for example, if you are going to transfer 10,000 rupees, then it will be reaching your attackers. So this is how the CSRF, which is also known as XSRF, this is how it is working on. The main principle behind CSRF attacks is exploitation of a site's trust for a particular user, right? So this is CSRF, and we are having advanced CSRF attacks also, which is given by OWASP. OWASP is nothing but Open Web Application Security Project. So OWASP is having some security guidelines, which if you are going to follow across it, then it will be safe. So according to OWASP, bypassing referrer checks can be done in two ways. The first is via CRLF, carriage return line feed, and the second one is through XSS. Nowadays, many projects, I have been a resource person for many hands-on trainings. Like this today's session, I will not be giving the students like PPT and explaining things, but for so many workshops I have been given as a resource person for hands-on training. I have given live insights in the project. So through that I have given explanation on how to secure the program, the forms embedded in the web pages. This CSRF is already protected through Laravel and coordinator frameworks, which you might have heard about, right? Okay, so SQL injection is another form of attack for accessing your data. So the first point is hacker identifies vulnerable SQL driven website and injects malicious SQL query via an input. So the second point, the malicious SQL query is validated and command is executed by the databases. So this is the third point, hacker is granted access to view and alter records or potentially act as a database administrator. So these things we are addressing in our company. We are writing so many queries and optimization tricks to minimize this schema. Say for example, if you're going to run a query in the database, you have to be very careful while reading the where command. Okay, so we are working on this key metrics to safeguard our clients. So SQL injection, the techniques is based on malformed user supply data, transform the innocent SQL calls to malicious call. Okay, so do you have any doubts? I hope I have addressed something. This might not be a full complete session, but I have addressed some basics about the internet security guards. If you have any doubts, you can ask me in the next few minutes, professors.
Sir, Deepak sir?
Yeah, sir.
Yeah, please proceed, sir. Actually, time is we have really, actually we beyond the limit, sir.
We have gone
Yeah.
beyond the limit, sir.
Yes, sir. So you can complete as soon as possible, sir.
With this SQL injection, I complete this, sir. If some questions, valuable questions, if someone can ask, then
please.
I'm happy to.
Sure.
Yeah.
So all the participants, please raise your questions, sir, within 15 minutes. Okay, sir, you can proceed, sir. No problem.
Yes, sir. SQL injection is a very paramount thing, and through this we can secure the data. And nowadays people are using file transfer protocol. File transfer protocol also is not secure. If you are using to transfer files in the server by using git commands, then it is safe. So these are the things that I wanted to address in this session related to security related things. So Cloudflare also is another option, and Amazon S3 bucket is also another option, which is embedded in the AWS server itself. Thank you, sir. These are the things that I wanted to address for security related things. Professors, if you have any questions, you can ask me.
Yes, sir. Dear participants, I expected question from your side. If you have any questions or doubt, please clarify, because we want to move the next the break. Any question from the participant? Okay, sir. Shall we wind up the session, sir?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, sir.
Yeah. Thank you for your given excellent topic and lecturer, particularly how to manage the data and with the example. And you have taught many applications, how to store the data and how to retrieve the features. Really worthwhile and really useful one, sir. Thank you for coming, and thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Dear participant, next session it will start by 2:30 exactly. Please, most welcome.
Very good morning to one and all present here. This is Trumurti from F Coastal Engineering College. First thing is, I would like to thank my HOD sir and the librarian sir for giving me a great opportunity to deliver my research topic in this uh, uh, workshop, in this FTP. Okay, so this is Trumurti. I'm having 12 years experience. Currently, I'm working in that text mining, document retrieval. So how we are going to manage the document. So in this domain, I am working in this things. Okay, I have submitted my thesis under the guidance of Dr. K. Muniswaran. So here I'm going to share my information, my knowledge with you. Okay, so this is what a 1.5 hours session. So I plan to split into the two parts. Okay, during the session, I am looking in our chat box also. If you have any query, you please interact with me. Okay, and the thing is that one more thing is okay, I plan to split it this session into two parts. Okay, part one, I talk about. I plan to share about that how we are going to perform that document mining. Then that on second session, plan to work with that Python, using that Python data science for Python. How we are going to use that Python language for the document mining purpose எப்படி யூஸ் பண்ணலாம் அப்படிங்கிறது. So this what my plan. So before starting into that, I want to know that status of that participant. How many of you are well known about that Python? Looking for a response. How many of you are familiar with Python? Uh, Sir, kindly zoom the no. So still I'm not share that PPT. So Mr. Pradeep sir, I will share that. Okay. Uh, Nobody. Okay, Kavit. Okay.
Nobody, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. So we move to the plan to discuss about that half an hour or 45 minutes. I share about that what is it document, how we are going to programmatically how we are going to do the mining process in that document. We discuss that. So after that, we practically work on that. Okay. I hope everyone using that laptop. No need to install any package. We are going to online Python editor. We are going to use that. Okay, those who are using that mobile phone, I request you to use that laptop or a system um, for that Python hands-on sessions. Okay, so this is what my humble request. Okay, so laptop or a text a PC. Okay, so please don't use that a mobile phone for your purpose. Okay, so that the first half an hour we will share about that how we are going to handle that document mining. We will look about that things. Okay, uh, uh, thank you. Things. Okay, so now we started a session things. Okay, so the first thing is okay. So excuse me, I okay. So here I have that notepad in my screen. Hope my screen is visible to you. This is what my whiteboard. Okay, things. Okay, I share that PPT side by side. I will share that the PPT. Okay. So this what we are the objective. So this what is that we are looking about the document mining. So document mining. So information retrieval. So this what is the term? Simply that thing is how we are going to manage the information. So this what our ultimate objective, information management. This what our ultimate objective. So here, okay, information. So everything is what is the data. So we are in the data rich environment. Okay, assume that in earlier days, humans are using that lot of objects and the animals for their purpose. Okay, so hope you know that thing is. I want to pass some message to you. Okay, they use that pura use பண்ணிருப்பாங்க. Then they use that fire they use that using that stone use பண்ணி they make that a fire. How they are moving from one place to the another place, transport, they are using that um, uh, uh, buffalo like that, so that they are using that animals. So after that era, that's what is it, after that technology make more powerful, you know that thing. So what happened, that's what's the industrial era. Okay, the next thing is what is the industrial era. Initially that's what karkalam நம்ம வந்து share பண்ணுவோம். So after that, this what is the industrial era. Industrial era. In this industrial era, okay, in this industrial era, what happened is all the animal labors are replaced. Animal labors are replaced by what? Any guess? I'm looking for a response in the chat box. So in industrial era, all the animal labors are replaced by any guess? Looking for a response. Uh, uh, Missing. Good. Okay, super, Professor. Thank you. So that all the animal labors are replaced by a missing. Okay. So for example, your bus or your mobile phone. Okay, ப்ராக்கு பதிலா நம்ம வந்து மொபைல் ஃபோன் யூஸ் பண்றோம். Email, that post email. So that's what's the industrial era. All the animal labors are replaced by a machine. Okay, this is what we know that particular thing is. So, but now this is what is the information era. This what is the digital era. This what is the information era. This what is the digital era. Okay, sorry. Okay, so now this what is the information era. Okay, so this information era, simply this what is the information era. So what happened is all the human labors are, so simply all the human labors are replaced by machine. So that's what's the objective of this particular era. So in this information era, what happened is all the human labors are replaced by a machine. Okay, that's what is the intelligent machine. How the machine interact with how the machine think like a human. So that's what is the main objective of the information era. Okay, so with the help of what? How they are going to build a machine to think like a human with the help of that artificial intelligence techniques. With the help of artificial intelligence techniques. Okay, so this what that their ultimate objective, how they are going to build us. So with the help of artificial intelligence techniques or that machine learning techniques, so they are going to produce that new machine which is going to be replace all the humans. So after 50 years, okay, after 50 years, so that everything is become that a machine. Okay, so all the jobs involved with that a machine that is controlled by a human. So that's what is the information era. Okay, in this information era, how we are going to manage that information. So that's what is the main objective of this particular workshop. Okay, so how they are going to manage the information, that's we are going to focus here. Okay, so in this information era, okay, so all the data, so that's what is that we are in the rich data. So what are the different categories of the data? Okay, so ultimate objective to build a machine. Okay, so at the what type of machine we are going to build it? So we may build what is that document clustering, document classification. Okay, I come to the points. Okay, so the data. What are the various types of data we have? It video, image, video, and the text. Okay, so this what is that this what is that lot of data we have it in our things. So if you are google it, okay, I want to know what is document mining, or I want to know about the Rajini sir, so simply I google it for a Rajini. They provide you plenty of information for you. Whether all the informations are useful to you, so we can't say yes. Okay, so what we are going to do, that we are going to extract them. So you are asking me something, I'm giving that 1 TB of information to you, whether it's useful. No, all that information are not at all useful. So you are going to gather what is more important. That's why only you are going to make a note. Okay, 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 so that's what is that thing is. So here information, that information may be in any format, that may be an image, that may be a video, that may be a text, whatever it is. So here I'm going to focusing about how to handle the textual information, how to handle the textual information. That's we are going to focus here. Okay, so I move to the how we are going to handle the textual information. Can you list out that a source of textual information? Daily life we are seeing that more information in that digital environment we are looking more textual information. Can you list out a few things? Can you list out a few things? Social networking site, so that's what is that all the tweets. Okay, social media tweets, your emails. Okay, my blogs, personal blogs. Okay, so these are Facebook and everything is newspaper, e-paper. Okay, e-books. Okay, e-books. So these all are producing the textual informations. So your paper, research papers, and everything, these all are this what is the textual informations. So how we are going to, so with the help of this textual information, what we can do? So this what is that what is textual data? The examples of textual data, example of textual data. So what we can do with the help of textual data? The next thing is what we can do. What we can do with the help of textual data. Why I need to analyze the textual information? So with the help of textual data, what we can do? So what we can do is simply that communication. That's what right. You Ravi sir, you are right. That's what's the communication purpose. So communication for that communication we are using that we are communicating the data. Okay, that thing is okay. So with the help of tweets, mails, e-paper, e-books, what we can do? What we can do? Why I need to analyze this thing is, the first thing is time save. Okay, we are saving the time. Okay, that's thing is, okay. So we are gathering information. So for example, I want to know about that virus. Okay, this is what my objective. If you Google it, they provide that they may have that a virus related all that information, they fetch you that. But you may interested to that a biological virus, or it may be a computer virus, or it may be a virus movie, whatever it is. So simply, so that things. For example, I am going to search that Rajini sir. Sometimes I may have that Rajini sir flip image. Sometimes I may have that a doc image or whatever it is, whatever it is. So whether that all the resources available in the net or internet are useful or not. Okay, so how we are going to gather my interested information from the net. So that's what we are going to do, that we are going to analyze the textual information. So for that, what is that is that we are looking about the data mining. So we are moving towards the data mining to the text mining. That another term is what is the document mining. Okay, so this what is thing is, so with the help of the text mining, with the help of the document, okay, so with the help of the text mining and the document mining, what we can do that thing is, so simply, for example, okay, so pregnancy lady. So for the pregnancy lady, they every doctor maintaining a book, okay, textbook, or the maintaining a book for a pregnancy lady. Okay, so they have that information about that patient, about that lady for around 10 months. Okay, so they are observing. There is issue will connecting. I think I hope you are following me. Okay, so simply what we are going to do, the 10 month, the textual information, text information, they have written in information, written in textual information, written in book. Okay, but what we can do that I want to go through. So they simply, they provide the this particular hospital is not sufficient for my treatment. So what they are going to do, they are moving to that a high level hospital. They provide, what do you provide? They provide that a summary. Okay, so this what is the text summary, or simply we can say document summary. This what is the document summary. So this what is that how we are going to provide the summarization. I'm having that one entire book involved with 1,000 pages. So how I'm going to extract the needed information from that particular document. That's what is the document summary. The document summary may be a single document summary, or it may be a multi-document summary. Okay, so how we are going to provide that document summary. And then the next thing is what is the document classification. Document classification. Okay, so simply that's what is the document classification. So how we are going to do that classification. So hope you know that the basics of the data mining. Okay, so the document classification. So we are going to classify the similar document. So these are document related to the cricket players. These are the document related to the actors. These are the document related to the professors. So this what is the document classification. Why I need to do that classification? So simply again, for easy purpose. Okay, so I want to know that information from the Google. So simply I put that a virus. So it lists out that all that virus movie, virus biological virus information. It provide that information about that computer virus. So we are going to classify. These are the document. These are the response or resources or belongs to computer virus. These are the documents or related to that what is it, a biological virus, like that we are going to classify. That's what is a document classification. And document clustering. Okay, document clustering. So these are what is the term various techniques involved in the text mining. Not only this thing is association, we can do that thing is, okay, so document summary, document classification, document clustering, okay, associations we have it, okay. In this variety of functionalities, okay, so I am working on that area of document summary, document classification, and document clustering. This is the three area now currently I am working. Okay, so here I plan to discuss about the document classification. So here we are going looking about the document classification. Okay, so that's what our process classification. Okay, document classification. So that's we are going to focus here. So the first thing is classification. So classification. I want to classify something. I want to classify something about what is needed first. What is important thing is, I want to classify something. This is a girl. This is a boy. This is a book. This is a watch. I want to classify. But classification, what is the more important for a classification? What is more important for a classification? Looking for a response in the chat box. Dear professors, I'm looking for a response in that chat box. What is more important? Characteristics to find the family which they belongs to. Features. You all are right. Okay. Classes. So what is the thing is, so simply you must know the information of, that's what is we call that training. We need a training. We need a training set. We need a training. I want to, so simply then only I can classify. Okay. Oh, so the features of a girl, features of a boy, features of a book, features of a watch, this all must know in my brain. Then what I can classify. So what's the key point I want to mention here? I want to do the classification. So you need a training set. So training set. The training set have the class label. So training set is a supervised learning. Is what is it a supervised learning? Classification is what is it a supervised learning? Okay. So it need a training set with class label. With the class label. Okay. So with class label. So simply I want to classify the document. So these are the document talking about that a cricket player. These are the document talking about that Idigosam. Okay, so simply, so we need a training set. So training set indicate what is that? The set has the class label. The set has the class label. Okay, so this what is the upper. What I want to do that in order to perform the document classification, we need the training set, right? Right. Assume that I want to classify the human in terms of gender. Okay, this what thing is. So training set, the training set contains, let me know what is it. What we have in the training set. I want to, what's my task is human classification, based on gender. So let me know what is the training set for this particular task. Let me know what is the training set for this particular task. Human classification based on gender. This is what we need to do that. Assume that I'm a new born baby. Okay, so I want to predict whether the human is a he or she. This is what are my objective. Okay, then how you train your, so what we need it. So what is the content of training set? Training set, we have that in training set, what we have it. Professors looking for a response. Professors looking for a response. Examples, super. So super, that's what is the examples. Let me know what is example for in our case. What is the example for in our case? Set of humans. set of humans. These are the humans are male. These are the humans or female. Like that, we have the set of humans. Okay. So now the similar way, I'm going looking about the document classification. About let me know what my examples. What's my examples? What's my examples? What's my examples? Set of subject field, set of documents. What is a set of documents? Okay, so this what is a set of documents, right? So now every human, how we are going to represent? So simply we call that what is a data object. Every human is a data object. Every document is a data object. How we are going to represent the data object? In terms of vectors. In terms of vectors. So while we are going looking about the document classification, not only the document classification, if you are going to work with the data mining, what is important thing is how you are going to represent the data object, how you are going to represent as a data matrix. This what is that a very important thing is. Okay, this what is the important thing is. Okay, this what is the important thing is. So simply how to represent the data objects. That's what the important thing is. How to represent data objects. Okay. So how we are going to represent the data objects? So simply we are going to represent data object as a vector. Okay. Assume that I'm having that players informations. Okay. So this what a player one. How does 173 centimeter weight height and 65 kg. Okay, and player two. So this is what a player one. So how I'm going to represent the player one? So because we are going to handle the data in our data mining system. So each and every data object we are going to represent as a vector. What is vector? Is a collection of values. So every value is associated with a feature. So now here I am going to mention that the feature is what is that? Is height is a feature. Here weight is a feature. Okay, so this what is that a thing is. So now this what is that a data object. You take that any data mining system handle the data, that data you are going to represent as a data vector. Okay, if not, we can't handle it. Okay, it may be an image, it may be a video, whatever it is, we are going to represent as a vector or a matrix. We are going to represent as a vector or a matrix. Okay, so this what is that how we are going to represent as a human. Okay, in terms of every vector, how I'm going to maintain that a human, I'm going to represent as a height and I'm going to represent as a weight. Okay, so this what how we are going to represent. The same thing is we may have that how I'm going to categorize. This is a male candidate, this is the female candidate. So simply we may categorize the attributes. What are the attributes we may consider to define this is a male candidate, this is a female candidate? So the first thing is we may look about the height, we may look about the weight, we may look about that hair length. Okay, so and we may look about that leg uh, uh, leg padam, how to say in English, okay, like this. Okay, so I understand. I assume that I have that three features. So whenever we are going to represent that data, you need to decide what are the data I need to consider, what are the features I need to consider. That is, we need to define that. So this what is that a thing in terms of here. Now you please look about here document classification. According to the document classification, we have to represent every document. We have to represent every document as a vector. How that thing is. So this is what is the important thing is how we are going to represent that. How we are going to represent that vector. Okay, so that's what is that we are going to look about that. Okay, So document, how we are going to represent as a vector. So this what is the important thing is, any guess how to represent a document as a vector? So how to represent a document, because that should be a numeric. Keep in mind that should be a numeric, because our mining system receive only that a numerical way. Okay, matrix. So already I said that. What are the key point? I once said that we have the data object. It's what is it? How we are going to represent as a vector. Now document, how we are going to represent. Sorry, data matrix. Now that's what is it? Data matrix. Data matrix. Excuse me, sir. Selva. Okay, so this what is a data matrix. Okay, so data matrix is what is a collection of data objects. Okay, collection of data objects. For example, player one. Okay, so this what is it? 170 centimeter and 50 weight. Player two, 180 centimeter and 67 kg. Player three. So this what is at 170 centimeter and weight is 70, and player four. So this what is at 165 centimeter and weight is 90 kg. So this what is that data matrix. Data matrix. So data matrix size. How we are going to represent the data matrix size? The size of data matrix. The size of data matrix is, okay, so how we are going to represent the size of the data matrix is m cross n. M cross n. So that indicate m data object, and n number of features, In our case, we take that. There are the four players, four data object. Each data object, we are collecting the two features. What are they? Height and weight. Okay, so this what is it? Two features we handled. Unable to see the screen. My notepad, my notepad is visible to you, dear professors. My notepad is, yes. Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, now I continue that. Okay, thank you, professors. Thank you. So now we are moving to that how we are going to represent the data documents. How we are going to represent the document. So assume that what we are going to do, that we are going to do that a classification, document classification. About what I need it a document one. It belongs to cricket. We talk about the cricket player or cricket. We talk about the cricket. Document two. We talk about politics. Document three. Talk about cricket. Don't say cricket. I take that as sports. Okay, sports. And document three talk about sports. Okay, document four talk about sports. Document five talk about politics. Document six talk about technology. Document seven talk about technology. Document 8 talk about sports. Document 9 talk about politics. Document 10 talk about we take that technology. Okay, so this what is the term? We have the training set. This what is the training set? Training set. Totally how many class labels we have it? Class labels. So according to the human gender classification, we have the two classification, male and the female. The same thing is here. Totally how many class labels we have it? One is sports and politics and technology. sports, politics, technology. Okay, so there are the three class labels we have in our case. We have three class labels: sports, politics, and technology. So now using this, I train my brain, I train my knowledge. So sports documents look like this way, politics documents look like this way, technology document look like this way. Like that, I make a training myself. This is happening in that a newborn baby. Okay, so learning from that experience, the same thing is okay. Now that unknown document 11 coming, document 11 coming. So we are going to give the input the document 11 to our data model, our our model. This model mention document 11 is belongs to sports, or it belongs to politics, or it belongs to technology, like that. So this is what actually we need. So what is our objective? How to build a document classification model? How to build a document classification model? That's what our objective. Okay, so the document classification model, how to build the document classification model? Okay, so now how to build document classification model? How to build document classification model? Okay, not only document classification model, any classification model. What are the input we need it? What are the input we need it? We need a classification algorithm, and we need the training set. This is the two things we need. This is the two things we need. Okay, so this is the two things we need. So this is what our classification model. So in this classification model, we are giving that input is, sorry, the input is what is that? The first thing is training set, and what classification algorithm I'm going to use. Okay, so now the data mining techniques produce this. What is that? A model. This what is that? A model. Okay, this model going to predict the class label for the newly unknown data. So what is our ultimate objective? How to build this particular model? Document classification model, document clustering model, document summarization model. That's what things. Okay, so this model take test data. Okay, so based on that, we know that we are going to evaluate this particular model, whether this model working perfectly or not. So now that COVID-19 vaccine we have it, this vaccine produce a 99% accuracy. How they are going to predict that? So simply how they are going to do that? That simply with the help of test data. We need to evaluate. So the first thing is model construction. Okay, the first thing is model construction. The next thing is model evaluation. So how we are going to construct that model? With the help of classification algorithm. We have the variety of classification algorithms available. What are they? Is Navy-based classification algorithm, deep learning classification algorithms, and SVM, support vector machine algorithms. We have it. Decision tree classification algorithm. We have it. Variety of classification algorithms. We have it. Okay, so we need to work with any one of the classification algorithm used, but we need to do that particular thing is okay. That thing is so. But what is the important thing is how we are going to numerically, how we are going to convert our textual information to the numerical, or how we are going to do that. Okay, so that's we are going to do the document representation is one of the important thing is how we are going to represent the document representation. Document representation. Okay, so our document, so textual information is what is that? Unstructured data. This what is the unstructured data? Okay, so how we are going to handle this unstructured data? It's not at all easy. So the first task is we need to represent that represent the document in that data object, document object. So how we are going to represent? So the first thing is feature identification. What we can say that the features of a document? Any guess? Let me know. Looking for a response in that things. So, what are the features we have identified for human? Hair length, height, weight. These are what is the various features. Like that, we have a document. For a document, what may be considered as a feature? What maybe we consider as a feature? Excuse me. Looking for a response. What maybe we consider as a feature? For a document. Unique identification key points, text. Okay, so simply a set of words. Okay, so simply assume that. So this what is a document one. Okay, so document two. So what we are going to do that we are going to identify the unique features. So here features is what is that a word. Feature is what is that a word. So we need to identify all the unique words present in the document. That's what is at a feature set. That's what is at a feature set. This feature set is what is at a unique word, collection of unique word, collection of unique word. Okay, so this collection of unique word, that all the unique word we need to taken from the document. It need not to be a word. It may be a engram. Engram. Okay, word apna, that's what is it, 1 gram. We may have the 2 gram, we may have the 3 gram, 1 gram. That's what, for example, assume that I have the document 1 content is I love India. India is my nation. Okay, so this what is that document 1 content. So here I'm going to represent as a 1 gram word, 1 gram feature set, 1 gram feature set. 1 gram feature set. So how we can represent as I love India is my nation. These are what is that? My feature set. These are my feature set. Okay, like that we need to collect from this what a 1 gram. Now this what is a 2 gram. 2 gram feature set, how it look like? I love India. India is my nation. This what is a 2 gram. Like the 3 gram, 4 gram, n gram, like that we have it. Okay, but I had a practical experience with 1 gram only. Okay, 2 gram, 3 gram. This what it increase the complexity. Excuse me, it increase the complexity. Okay, so how we are going to represent? So this what is the term is what is a document term matrix. Document term matrix. So this what is that? How we are going to work with the document term matrix. Okay, so this what is the document 1, document 2, document 3, like that document 10, document n. Okay, the same thing is we are going to represent each and every document in terms of feature 1. This what is the term 1. We take this what a term 1 and term 2 and term 3 and term 4, term 5, like that way. So now how we are going to represent? So term 1. So term 1 how many times occurred in? So there are the 2 type of document term matrix we can do that. One is binary, another one is frequency. Term 1 is present in document 1 or not? Yes. And term 2 is yes. Term 3 is 0. Term 4 is yes. Yes. That indicate what is the term. Other than term 3, all other terms are present in document 1. The same thing is we are going to take that 1. 0, 1, like that. So this what is a binary representation. This what is a binary representation. Other thing is frequency based. That frequency based, that meaning is what is that I'm having 10 times term 1 is present in document 1, 20 times term 2 present in document 1, okay, and 0 times occur. So this what is a document term matrix. Like this way we need to build the document term matrix. This is what is the first step for your document mining process. Okay, they given you a document. That document we are going to convert to the document term matrix. How we are going to convert to the document term matrix? With the help of Python, we have that pandas அப்படிங்கிற ஒரு library we have it. You can use that particular pandas library to work with that document term matrix, how we are going to build. So using this particular term matrix, document term matrix, we are going to give a input to that classification algorithm. That classification algorithm, we have a variety of classification algorithms, we have it. Any one of the classification algorithm we have to use. From that we need to do that classification. Okay, so this is what is the basic idea about how we are going to perform the document mining. Okay, it may be a document classification or it may be a document summary, whatever it is. The first task is we need to construct a document term matrix. How we are going to convert to the document term matrix, that's what the important thing is. Okay, so this what things. Okay, so now let me know that a document term matrix contains how many number of features. The document term matrix contains how many number of features? The document term matrix may contain, assume that I'm having thousands of documents. Simply you take that I have that virus, like that I'm searching that Google, it have that 1 lakh document for you. That 1 lakh document I need to clustering or I need to classify. So for that, let me know the number of features depend on my from that feature set. So this what is the huge size. That feature size is huge. What's the reason for that thing is? What's the reason for that thing is? So simply the reason for this is this what unstructured. This what unstructured. If it is structured, the feature size is predictable. But if it is unstructured, the feature size is very huge. What happened is if that it increase the feature size, it increase the complexity. It increase the complexity. But what we need to do that we need to reduce the feature size. We need to reduce the feature size. We need to reduce the feature size. How to reduce the feature size? We need to ignore the useless terms, useless features. You need to ignore the useless terms. Okay, we need to ignore the useless term. How to identify this is the useless term? The term which is present in all the document is useful or useless. The term is present in all the document is useless or useful. Let me know that, dear professors, let me know that I'm having that 1,000 documents. All the documents, some of the terms should be present. I'm sure that some of the document in all the documents, some of the terms are present. That, for example, you take that the examples are yes or was. I'm sure that you take that any Wikipedia article or any newspaper, all the papers contain this particular term, yes, was. You take that all the medical report, all the things we have the terms is, was, this is. Whether this particular terms, these terms are useful or useless. So this what is the useless terms. This what is the useless terms. Okay. So I take that another thing is Lord Shiva, Lord Jesus. These are useful terms because Shiva, Jesus, these are what is that comes under that Idigasam. Sachin, Rahul Dravid, Virat Kohli. This what is that players, cricket players. So simply that's what the religion terms. Okay. So this what is that simply we need to remove the useless terms. We need to remove them. So that's what is that my research area. So what is that? Every unstructured collection of document contains huge number of feature size. All the feature size, if you work with that, that's what a time waste and computation cost increase. In order to do that, I'm going to select only a few features from my document set. How I'm going to select the features? How I'm going to select the features from my feature set? Okay, all the terms are not all useful. If the term present in all the document, with the help of the document, what you can infer? You can't say with the help of the term is this is the document is belongs to a religion because this document contains the term is. We can't say that particular thing is. Okay, so simply things is we need to remove some unnecessary or irrelevant or noisy features. We need to remove that. So for that we are moving to that topic is what is that feature selection. Feature selection. So this is what is the term more research on the feature selection. Why we are going to do the feature selection? In order to reduce the cost. That cost in terms of time, the cost in terms of money, whatever it is, computation cost, whatever it is. So how we are going to reduce the cost? So assume that I'm having feature 1, feature 2, feature 3, up to feature 100, feature 1000. Okay, so I want to, according to my computation things, I need to select only 10 features. I want to select only 10 features. Let me know. I'm having 1000 features. From that, I want to select only 10 features. How to do that? How to do that? I'm having 1000 features. I want to select only 10 features. 10 first features. How to do that? We need to select only 10 features. Assume that we are going to classify the human. For that, I'm having that a lot of features like height, weight, color, okay, blood pressure, heartbeat rate, okay, like third thing is I want to class hair color, hair length. Okay, I want to select the features from this 7 features to classify the gender of human. What is enough for me? Hair length is enough for me. So how we are going to, so nice, that's what is that we need to assign the weight. Assign the weight. How to assign the weight? Okay, we are going to assign the weight. After that, so after that we are going to rank. So we need to rank the 1000 features. Then select top 10 features. This is one method. This is method 1. This method name is what is that a filter. This method name is what is that a filter method. Okay, so method 1 is what is that a filter method. According to the filter method, using some mechanism, it assign the importance weight or it assign the rank for, it assign the weight for, significant score for all the features. Then we need to sort, we need to take the top 10 features. So this what is that filter method. The next thing is method 2. This what is that wrapper. This what is that wrapper method. What is the wrapper method is this what is the trial and error method. Trial and error method. So so how to select 10 features? The first thing is we need to assign the weight, significant score, significant score to all the feature. Just now I said that assume that we have the category. What are the is religion, sports. Okay, so assume that the terms we have that Shiva, Sita, Sachin, Dravid, and okay, so document 1, Shiva occur 100 times, Sita occur 10 times, Sachin occur 0 time, Dravid occur 0 time, and document 2, Shiva occur 1 times, Sita occur 1 times, Sachin occur 10 times, Dravid occur 15 times, like that. So that already I said this was a training set. Okay, this was a training set. So according to the training set, we have that class label. Assume that this was a religion, this was a sports, and T3. Document 3, Shiva contains 10 times, like that we have it. Okay, so this is what thing is. So now what we are going to do that we are going to assign the significant score. Assume that Shiva I'm looking about the term Shiva. Okay, assume that, okay, 0. Okay, so Shiva, if any document contains the term Shiva, we can conclude that what we can conclude that this belongs to religion. This belongs to religion. So simply Shiva, the term is more contribute to classify the document religion. Like that, height, weight, heartbeat, blood pressure, or hair length. Hair length we need to assign more weight to predict the gender of the class label, right? So simply we need to identify the mechanism. For that variety of filtering methods we have it: information gain, mutual information, okay, DFS, NTM, lot of filter method. You Google it for that filtering techniques. We have there a lot of methods available for you. Okay, so like that we can do that. The method 2, wrapper method. This was a trial and error method. So what we are going to do that feature 1, feature 2, feature 3, feature 1 to feature 10, I take that and I do that training. After that I do that testing. Okay, from the evaluation result, feature 1 to 10 is not suitable for us, so I take the feature 1, feature 3, feature 4, 5, like that. I take that another 10 features, I practice it. I take that another 10 features, like that. So which one is best thing is, so we need to identify that particular thing. This what is a wrapper method. And finally, this what is a method 3, this what is a hybrid. This what is a hybrid. Hybrid is what is that a combination of method 1 and method 2. This what is that a hybrid. So this is what is that how we are going to work with that feature selections from that our document term matrix. So using that selected features only, if you do that classification, we can do that. We may increase our classification accuracy. Also, the time complexity, everything is we may reduce that. So this what is that basic information about that how we are going to do that document classification and document mining. So how we are going to do that? So, okay. So for that, in my research area, I have applied the term hybrid mechanism. That hybrid mechanism, wrapper method of analysis, simply we are going to make use of the term optimization techniques. Trial and error. That's what is the optimization techniques. Okay, so in my research thing is I have used the Jaya optimization. Okay, so for the document classification, so this what my research basic idea. So now I would like to share my slides in quick manner. So after that we work with that Python. How we are going to work with that Python, like that we look about that. Okay, so the first thing is um, the first thing is, okay, I said that my presentation. Dear professors, my presentation is visible to you.
Yes, 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 yes.
Yes. Okay. So this what is that? What are things I go discussed? All the things I discussed. Everything is okay. So that's what is that? What is that unstructured data? So already I said this. What is the information era? Everything is what is that unstructured data? Your reviews, feedbacks, emails, tweets, blogs, everything is okay. So then this what is that? What are the tasks we are going to do? That classification, clustering, and summarization. Already I said that. So this what is that some of the pre-processing we need to do that in order to convert the document term matrix. We need to do that a small pre-processing. So lowercase string, removing numbers. According to the document classification, numbers are meaningless. Numbers are meaningless. So 1000, 2000, 1984. Even though the document contains more significant information on that year 2019, COVID-19 attack the world. This what is the 2019 is important information. Sorry, 2020 is important thing is. But according to the system, with the help of number, we can't do anything. So we are removing that number, punctuation, comma, like that. Everything is okay. So this all are the things we can do in that Python library. Okay, we can do that. So there is no need of a very complex operations. No need of that complex. We can simply do that. Okay, and the features. That's why already I said that term, feature, word, indivisible unit. That's thing is okay. So document representation. So how we are going to represent the document with the help of vector space model, n-gram models, word embedding. Okay, we focus only that vector space model, vector space model. So this what is a D. D is what is a document set contains n number of documents. From that, we are going to extract the term feature set. Okay, so simply we are going to represent the document term matrix document 1 T1. So here W11 is maybe a binary value, or it may be a frequency value, or inverse document frequency value, whatever it is. Okay, so this what is that binary thing is. Then optimization technique. So already said that this what is that wrapper based method utilize that optimization techniques that. So this what is that heuristic approach, trial and error method. Okay, no optimization algorithm is suitable for all the problems. Okay, so some things may be better for some document classification, something better for that like that. So things. Okay, so here this what is the Jaya optimization algorithm. It's presented by Dr. Venkata Rao. Okay, he is the NIT professor, Indian. Okay, if you Google it for the citation of this his paper, around 5,000 citations till now. Okay, so that much importance, Dr. Venkata Rao. Okay, I have attended. I have attended a Venkatra professor workshop, but till I have no experience. Sorry, till I personally no meet panla. Okay, so a nice person. Okay, so according to that Jaya optimization algorithm, what is that? We are going to get the victory by avoiding all the failure principles. So this what things. So best solution and worst solutions use for it. How we are going to um, um, identify that a better solution. So that's what is that Jaya optimization algorithm. Okay, you Google it. Jaya optimization algorithm code is available in MATLAB, also that Python. Okay, you can make use for your commercial pub. You can make use for your one thing is okay. So what is the important thing is how you are going to represent. That's what it's important thing is. Okay, so best candidate contains best classification accuracy. Worst candidate contains worst classification accuracy. Or we can take that a reverse term. Best candidate have that a less error. Worst candidate have that a high error. That thing is. Okay, so it may be a minimized or it may be a maximized. Okay, so this what is that equation? So okay, once you understand that J optimization algorithm, it's what a very easiest thing is. So according to that optimization algorithm, what we need to do, that first thing is we need to find out that populations, initial populations. Okay, all optimization algorithms were taken from that simulated annealing and genetic algorithms. So this is what a base thing is. Okay, the specialty of J optimization algorithm is what is that is no need of any algorithm specific parameter. That's what's the advantage of this. Okay, so old solution, we need to take the new solutions of from the old solutions. So we are going to combine crossover mutations. This is what we need to do. That thing is. Okay, very easiest algorithm. Okay, so this what our objective is, how we are going to use that J optimization algorithm for the document classification. Okay, I come to that. These are the filter based method, wrapper based method, embedded, hybrid. This is focusing about the hybrid method. Okay, document frequency, information gain, mutual information, DFS. These all are what is that what is that excuse me, filter based approach. Okay, so here this what is that how we are going to make use of that hybrid approach. So we are going to take that three feature set: feature 1, feature 2, feature 3. Feature 1 is a filter based, feature 3 is what is that a wrapper based. So now we have the three feature set. After that we are going to take that of feature 1, feature 2, feature 3. Okay, so in the settler, simply we are going to take the term what is most occurred. We are going to fetch that particular. So this what is the term our hybrid approach. Okay, so here that filter based we are using that NTM approach. And so this what is the important thing is, assume that I am having 1,000 features. Okay, how I'm going to represent that solution? So simply we take that a solution is that a binary representation. This indicate what is that a feature 1, feature 2, feature 5, 6 and 10 are selected, all others are unselected. So using this particular feature, I need to train it and I need to testing and I need to record that classification accuracy. Like that, we need to trial and approach. So assume that we have that length is 10. About how many possible solutions we may have it. I'm having 10 features. How many number of possible solutions we may derive it? How many number of feature subset we may derive it? We have a 10 features. Out of 10 features, how many subsets we can derive from that 10 features? We can derive 2 power 10 minus 1. That one indicate null set. 2 power 10 possible subset we can derive it. Okay. So adla or best solutions we have it. How we are going to fetch that particular thing is. Okay. So this what is that I have used that data sets. What is that WebKB dataset, BBC dataset, SMS and 10 news group dataset. So these are the dataset I have used that. Okay. So here our research show the better accuracy. Okay. So this what is that I share this paper also the presentation. Okay, so this what is that I share that thing is. Okay, so now half an hour we may share that how to work with that Python, how to work with that Python this thing is. Okay, so that thing is about that presentation. So now we move to that Python, how we are going to working with that Python. So those who are not installed Python your machine, I request you to work with that uh, I work with that. You are requested to work with that. Okay. Links. Okay. Okay. Now. Okay. So you are requested to take that online Jupyter notebook. I request you to click the online Jupyter notebook. It take you to things here. I repeat that. I request you to open the Google. In that, you please simply type online Jupyter notebook. Online Jupyter notebook. Dear professors, we may work with the ABC of Pythons. Okay, so it may helpful for that because all the data science project involved with the Python only. Okay, Python is a more powerful, easy for you. Okay, so I request to work with the Python. Okay, so professors, have you completed your attendance process? Professors, have you completed your attendance process? May I proceed with that Jupyter notebook process? So here, try classic notebook. I just click try classic notebook. It take a minute. Please wait. I hope my screen is visible to everyone.
Yes, yes.
I will I request everyone to open the process on Jupyter notebook. Take a first link and click the try. Online Jupyter notebook. The first thing is try classic notebook. It take you to this particular page. I'm looking for a response. I'm looking for your response. Okay. Once you completed, you please let me know. We may proceed with our things. Okay. I'm sure though this session never make you to show the never make you to become a master, but it show the way how to become a master. It show the way how to become a master. Okay. So I request, dear professors, so I request you to open the Jupyter notebook. I'm looking for welcome to Jupyter. This what our screen I am looking for that. No need to installation. You can make use this particular thing is for study purpose. Okay, I may wait for another few minutes for your follow-up. Um, Professor Geeta Rani, you are looking to repeat what? Have you opened that welcome to Jupyter screen? Which one I have to select? I request you to click the online Jupyter notebook. You please type online Jupyter notebook or this particular link. I request you to open this particular link. I request you to open this particular link. Okay. So from that, I request you to click the try classic notebook. Try classic notebook. I request you to click the try classic notebook. It take you to this particular page. I share that Professor Ravi sir, I share that Jupyter link for you in the chat box. You just click that particular link, it take you to a page. From that, I request you to take it. Okay, so please look about here. Okay, so the first thing is this blue link indicates selected cell. This what is a selected cell. You can delete it. You can delete it. You can delete it. You can delete it. Okay, so just you have cut symbol. You can delete it. I request you to make your screen like this way. I request you to make like this empty Jupyter book. Once you completed few proposals, please respond to me. I may move to the top. Okay, so yeah, so now please look about here. This what is the Jupyter environment for your training, for your students, for learning, self-learning. Everything is a nice tool. Okay, so this what is that? I'm going to take that first program. I'm going to take that print hello, print hello. Okay, so and you have run button. You just click it. You just click it. Run. Print hello. Okay, print hello. Very easiest hello world program in uh, programming language. Python is very easiest thing is no need of semicolon. Everything is print hello. Yes. Once you have completed. Once you have completed. Okay, I want to save this Python file. So what you need to do that file save as sorry download as Python. It download you to that. You may take that one underscore hello.python. Again, I repeat that how to download your program file, download as Python. Okay, if you click that, it download your file in a Python favor .python. Okay, Professor, can you able to download the files? Professor Ravi sir, what is the error message you got it? Professor Ravi sir, what is the error message you got it? Print hello. You please look about that print hello that my statement is this what you need to provide. Professor, I am share that the code also. You just copy. Okay. Thank you, professors. So this what whenever we are going to work with, so no need to install. Okay, but install பண்ணிட்டு it more comfortable for you. Okay, that's thing is. So now what I'm going to do that I want to hand. So Python is what is that the dynamic type of language. A variable may hold any value. A variable may hold any value. A is equal to 10. Print A. Okay, and A is equal to hello. Print A. Right. So just run that. Okay. So this what how we are going to. So this what dynamic type of language. So there is no need of declaration. No need of declaration. Sir, repeat what how to open. Professor, I request you to just to type the link what I have shared in that. Okay, sure. Okay. I shared that code, sir, also. Okay, so now what I'm going to do that I'm going to define a function. I'm going to define a function in Python. Okay, how to write a function. That's I'm going looking about that. So first thing is I have deleted everything is I'm going to define a function. Define welcome colon. Okay, so here print welcome professors. Okay, excuse me.
Sir, the screen is not visible properly. Can you enlarge the screen, please?
Okay, so that's what is thing is how we are going to write the size. I need to increase now. So edit mouse. Mhm. Mouse. The mouse. Okay, so now this what the definition. Now I'm going to call this particular function. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Just now, wait. I will type in that.
Sir, the screen is not visible properly. Can
Yes,
you
sir. Yes, sir.
increase the size?
Just a minute, sir. I will enlarge that screen. Now it's visible, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. So now this what?
Sir, could you able to type your command in chat box? Now it is visible, sir. No problem.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
go
No,
ahead, sir.
I
Go ahead,
share
sir.
in that the codes are linked. So
Go ahead, sir.
command is
Now it
not
is visible,
compatible.
sir. Now it's visible.
Yes,
No
sir.
problem.
I share that what are the commands I'm typing here. You please look about here.
In chat box.
You please look about here.
Okay.
My codes are the codes are contains a code.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. So now I'm going to run this particular thing. So what I'm going to do that I'm going to add the new cell. So simply I'm going to call welcome. Now I'm going to run this particular thing. Okay. So this what how we are going to define the functions. Okay. Suppose I want to define that addition functions add of x comma y. Simply I'm going to return x plus y. I run this. After that, I'm going to call this particular thing is add of 10 comma 5. Run that, we got that output. So this what how we are going to I have shared that the codes are also. You can copy that link. Okay. So that thing is dear professors, the time not permit to proceed anymore. Okay. So I need to stop here. Some other resource persons also waiting. So I stop the session here. Okay. I share that my PPT also that a Python material for your reference. Okay. Regarding the text mining, you may ping me anytime. Okay. I share that my mail ID to you. So this what is that K Tirumurthy at mefcoeng.ac.in. This what my my email ID and this what my mobile number. Okay. So regarding the document mining, I request anytime you ping me. Okay. Surely I will respond to that. Okay. That thing is I need to quit the session. Sorry, I could not take that uh, my I'm not I'm not executed my uh, planned session plan. Okay, so that thing is I need to wind up now here. And one more thing is just a minute, please wait.
So there is a small query from me. Where is this optimization mostly used in?
Hello. Hello.
ஐயோ மைக் ஆஃப் பண்ணிட்டே பேசியிருக்கேன் போருக்கு. சாரி சாரி.
Hello, sir. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. So that thing is from my side. Dear professor, I quitted a session. I hand over the session to you. Are requested to download that MongoDB software in this link and the latest version. Choose the Windows and the MSI. Okay, for the 230 session, Professor Vinod take care of it. 4.43. Okay, download that version 4.43. That's all from my side. I hand over the mic to organizer. Thank you for your opportunity. Okay, I hope this session make you to show the way to learn that document mining. Thank you, dear professors, and thank you, organizer. That's all from my side.
Thank you, sir, for taking excellent topic and it's really worthwhile one. Thank you. And extremely sorry for inconvenience caused in the morning due to Technopia was playing in resource person place. So I am not
Thank you,
able
sir.
to
So no need to ask this particular thing. Is so this what I got that opportunity. That's I need to thank that. So no need of that thing. Okay. Thank you, sir. So I hand over the mic to you. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Dear participants, and you have joined another 10 minutes. You have to take a tea time. So please come and join by 12:10, right? Okay, thank you, thank you.
But in NoSQL, it can support more than 1 terabyte data also. Here we can easily handle the large volume of data because nowadays with the internet era, the day by day the internet users are getting increased because everyone is using the YouTube, Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, etc. So in olden days, the only few people are generating the data. Example, the olden paradigm, newspaper is generated by only the few people, but all are utilizing it. But the new paradigm say everyone is generating data and everyone is using the data. Say an example, Facebook, everyone is generating the command. WhatsApp, Telegram, everyone is generating the content, and also everyone is using it, utilize it. So when you olden days, so one to many utilization, but nowadays many to many. The sources are many and the utilization is also many. So it's a many to many. So now we are in the position to handle the large volume of data. So we had obviously had to go for the NoSQL. Then what is NoSQL? It's not only the SQL, it can ability to deal with the rich variety of data like structured data, semi-structured data, and unstructured data, etc. But in RDBMS, where we can handle only the structured data, but we can handle any kind of data. The NoSQL, initially it's a relational database, that is where we can store the data in the form of table. But and also here we use the OLAP, some analytical online. The expansion of OLAP is online analytical processing. There are two different things are there. OLAP. Okay, OLAP in the sense where we can perform some analytical operation like aggregate operation, minimum value, maximum, like that, mainly for aggregated value. Okay, what is the maximum salary and minimum salary? What is the total salary? Like that, this all can done with the help of this Arduino. But not only the SQL, where here actually we store the data in different formats. Here only the two operations. Here we can store the data in key value format or column family or graph or document, etc. Okay, because we are having many software. Based on the requirement, we can choose the software. So first one is the different types of NoSQL. Key value. I hope everyone is downloaded the software, MongoDB software. Because today morning, the Tirumurthy sir said the procedure to download the MongoDB software. Even if anyone is, somebody is not downloaded, please you can download the software. I will tell the procedure how to download the MongoDB software. Okay, I hope the screen is visible to you. You can go and go for this link. Okay, you can go to this link and you can, 1 second, I will copy the link. You can. Or you can type https mongodb.com, then try download community. mongodb.com, try download community, then you will get this screen. In this screen, the available downloads, you can choose the latest version, okay, not the 4.2.8. You can choose the latest version and the Windows and MSI file. That is the expansion of MSI is Microsoft installer. I would change it to the Windows installer. Okay. Microsoft installer, now it's changed to the Windows installer. Again, 1 second. Yes, you can. Yes, the latest version is 4.43. Okay, I will share it. One second. You can click this website web link. Okay, you can click this web link and you can download the MongoDB software. If already downloaded, it's no problem. I think the latest version is 4.43. If you want to open it, then you will get the screen. That screen you can type, sorry, you can select 4.43. This is the latest version. The platform, you can choose it, the window, and the package is MSI, that is Microsoft installer. Just you click download. It takes some time. That's what that morning I said at the procedure to download. I think already Tirumurthy are given the instructions to download this file. Okay, anyway, let me continue the session. Okay, any doubt, you can send the message through our chat box. There are different types of NoSQL like key value, column family, graph, document, etc. Anyway, the first one, in key value, here you can store everything in the form of key value. Okay, say an example, roll number, then corresponding value. Here, roll number is considered as a key, and corresponding value is considered as a value. That is a relationship between key and corresponding value. The name is a key. The Raj is a value. That's what key value relationship. That's the next one, document. The example for a key value, even Dynamo database, Redis, React, that all are store the data in the form of key value format. But in document oriented, it maintains the data in collection of documents. Say an example, MongoDB, Apache CoffDB, Base, Market Logic. These are all the database like MongoDB. This MongoDB, here we can store the data in the form of document. Okay, MongoDB, we can store the data in the form of document. This is a sample JSON document like roll number, name, and year of joining, etc. Similarly, column. Suppose if you are going to calculate the aggregated value like maximum salary, minimum salary, where we can go for the column wise. So in that situation, better we can go for NoSQL instead of the SQL like RDBMS. So here the Cassandra, HBase, these are the example where we can arrange the data in the column wise. Last one, graph database. This is also called a network database. There are different graph databases, are Neo4j, Hypergraph, etc. These are the graph database. I think the Facebook, they are using the graph database. That's what we are getting the suggestion like a friend of friend. You can get the suggestion from your friend of friend. There are different types of NoSQL are there. The main advantages of this NoSQL is it's very cheap and easy to implement and easy to distribute. Distribute in the sense we can store data in multiple locations and can easily scale up and scale down. In the sense if the number of users gets increased, then automatically the server gets increased. If the number of users get decreased, it automatically gets reduced. Okay, this allows you have some flexibility. Okay, it can allow the number of maximum participants and data consistency requirement. Data consistency means if you are sending the amount from source to destination. Say an example, both the sides the database should be consistent, that is stable. Then only we can call it a database. Okay. Always our database should be stable. If you are transferring the amount from your account to your friend's account, your account also should be stable and your friend's account is also should be stable. We can ensure the consistency using different techniques. Then we have some predefined schema and we can replicate and duplicate it and we can partition the data to multiple locations. These are the main advantages of this NoSQL. Some popular NoSQL vendors, the Amazon, their product is DynamoDB. This product is most widely used by LinkedIn and Mozilla. Similarly, the Facebook product is Cassandra. This product is widely used by Netflix, Twitter, eBay, and Google. They are using the big table, but the product is used by Adobe Photoshop. These are some popular NoSQL vendors. Okay, before starting the NoSQL, first we will okay, the MongoDB. There are so many NoSQL DBs are there. Here we are going to focus on MongoDB because it's most widely used database. Okay, that's what I chose this. What is MongoDB? It's a cross-platform. Cross-platform in the sense we can work the MongoDB in Windows machine, Apple, Mac, then even Linux, Unix, etc. You can choose any platform, and it's a open source. It is a non-relational. Non-relational means here we no need to organize the data in the form of table, and it's a distributed. We can store the data to multiple locations. So NoSQL. That is no. It's not only the structured query language. And also already said the MongoDB is a document-oriented data store. Here MongoDB we can store the data in the form of document. Then camps used in RDBMS and MongoDB, RDBMS and MongoDB. Both the place we can call it a database. Actually the collection of table is considered as a database in RDBMS. Here you can use the collection instead of table. In RDBMS we can call it as a table, but in MongoDB we can call it as a collection. Similarly, the row in RDBMS row is called as a record, but in MongoDB the row is called as a document. In RDBMS we can call it as a column, but here we can call it as a fields are key value pairs. Similarly, the index, joins, and primary key, etc. In RDBMS, simply we can use the primary key. Here we have to use one prefix underscore in order to identify the primary key. Primary key in the sense that is unique value. Later we will discuss in detail about that. Okay. Then the terms used in RDBMS and MongoDB. MySQL we can server and client. In MySQL we can use MySQL daemon, that is server. MySQL means client. Similarly, the Oracle is a server. SQL plus is a client. In MongoDB, MongoD is a server. Mongo is client. Okay. MongoD means server. Mongo means client. That's the difference between server and client. Okay. Before starting this queries, first you'll install the MongoDB software. I hope everyone is downloaded this software. If you find any difficulties to download this software, please you can send a message through the chat box. Okay, I think 10 to 15 minutes you try to finish this because next you have to work the queries. MongoDB installation and configuration setup guide. Okay, the MongoDB, you know that already the same story. Open source, it's a non-relational, the crash platform, it's a document-oriented database. That is scale-in, scale-out architecture. We have the flexible schema. The sense, schema means it's going to describe the structure of the database. Okay, the consistent, etc. Already we have discussed. This MongoDB supports both the 32-bit as well as the 64-bit OS. You no need to bother about it. Okay, it can support both the 32-bit as well as the 64-bit operating system, Windows operating system. It's highly efficient and it's highly availability and horizontal expansion, etc. These are some advantages of this MongoDB. Then I hope you can download the latest version of MongoDB. I think already said the latest version is somewhat different. It's not 4.28. Okay, you can download this MongoDB software from this location. Once you download it, I hope everyone is downloaded this software. Then if you see the downloaded place, you can get this file. Okay, once you get this file, you can install this file. In order to install this file, just you right click this. Okay, install the MongoDB software MSI file. Okay, which you have downloaded already. Before installing the software, you make sure that we have the admin privileges. You should be in admin login. Okay, then only you are easily can install the software, because we are having some privacy issues. So you can ensure that you are in the admin login, and this software can be installed in both the 32-bit as well as the 64-bit version of MongoDB for Windows. In order to install it, just you click the install option. Just you right click it. The thing is, you should be in admin login and you should click the right button. Then you will get this install option. Just you select it. Okay, already I downloaded. Already I have installed in my machine. Okay, if you want, I will show it to you. Download. Okay, you will get the file like this. Then 4.4.3. Then you just right click it and click the install button. Okay. If you have any doubt, you can send a message through our chat box. Okay, thank you. Just you right click and click install. I'll go step by step. Then you will get the screen like this. Then welcome to this MongoDB and latest edition 4.4.4. Then it can support both the 32-bit as well as the 64-bit machine. Just you select the next button. I hope everyone is able to follow me. Just you click the next button. Okay, once you click the next button, then you'll get this screen. Okay, for this license agreement, just you can enable this. Just you put tick mark this for this license agreement in our terms to be approved by the end user. Okay, that is the end user license agreement. You can just please check it. I accept the terms and the terms in the license agreement. Once you enable it, just you tick it. Then you can click the next button. I hope again, if you need, I will. First thing, you should download this file. The next thing, you have to right click and install this file. Then you'll get the screen like this. You have to click the next button. Then you have to check it. By default, it's disable mode. You have to enable it. Once you enable it, then next you can click the next button. I hope are you able to follow me? Okay. Once you enable it, then you'll get this screen to install all the features like components like complete and a custom package. Complete means it can install all the features and the components. If you choose a custom, maybe you can restrict the user to install only the particular product. Maybe you have so many features here. If you need only the selected features, you can go for the custom. But here I chose the complete because you can get all the features and components. So better my option is better you can choose the complete option. Just you click this complete. Once you click this complete, then you'll get this next screen like this. You'll get this service configuration file screen. In this service configuration screen, you have to select the run service as a network service user. By default, it's the radio button is a disable mode. You have to click enable the install MongoDB service, and you have to select the run service as network service user. You have to take it, you have to enable it, and you have to select the run service as network service user. Once you did it, then next you can click the next button. Actually, just you remember this location, your data files and the log files, everything is going to store this location. Anyway, you no need to type it. By default, automatically you'll get this path location. Okay, then if you select enable it and you can choose this run service as network user, then this is for mainly for you can, in order to continue the MongoDB installation, you have to perform the service configuration. The next, just you keep remember this location. For future reference, make a note of the data directory. Just you remember this location, because later we need this location. Actually, our file is going to store in the C colon and program file. Under the program files directory, you'll get the one more directory like MongoDB. In that it has subdirectory like server and 4.2 and data. Just you keep remember this for the future reference. Once you keep remembering, the next you'll get you have to click the next button. Once you click the next button, then you'll get the screen like this. Already we did this all these steps. So again, you have to click this next button for the screen navigation. Then you'll get the screen like this in MongoDB campus. This MongoDB campus is easy to use, and even it requires no knowledge of MongoDB code. You don't need to write any code. So better you can deselect and click next. By default, it's in enable mode. Better you can deselect it, disable this option. Okay. Better you can disable this option or deselect it, and then you click next. By default, the MongoDB campus means you no need of any query language. Simply you can use drag and drop. So my suggestion is better you can do the sum. Then only we can understand the concept behind that. So better you can deselect it, and you can click the next button. Once you deselect and click the next button, then you'll get the screen like this. Then you have the option called install. So better you can click this install to begin the installing MongoDB. Now only we are going to install this MongoDB software. Click install to begin installing MongoDB. Once you click this install button, it takes some time for the installation. You will get the screen like this. It shows that the validation of installation is in progress. Okay, the validation of the installation is in progress. It takes some time. So once it's completed, then you can click the next button. I hope you are able to follow me. If you find any difficulties, you message through our chat box. Even if I'm a little bit fast, you can convey through our chat box. Okay. I hope if it is completed, then you'll get the next screen. Okay. To complete installation, finish click. That's all. The installation over. Next, we have the configuration step. That's all. Up to this, the installation step is over. If you want, again, once again I will start from the beginning. I think it take only 2 to 3 minutes, or sometimes maybe the installation takes some time. You have to download this file from this website, the web link. You have to choose the latest version like 4.4.4 like that. Then Windows and the MSI file, just you click the download. You have already downloaded this particular MSI file. Once you download it, just you right click it, then you have the install option. Okay. Before install, you have ensured that you are in the admin privileges. Whether you have checked it, whether you are in the admin login. Okay. Then only you can. Normally, all the softwares are installed through the admin login. Then next you can click the next button, and then you have to accept it. You have to enable this terms and conditions. Just you select it and you click the next. And then you can choose the either one, but my suggestion is better you can choose the complete. Then only you can get all the features and components. Once you click this complete, then you'll get the screen like this. Just you enable it, install MongoDB as a service. Then you can select the radio button like run service as network service user. Once you did it, just you can click the next button. Then you remember this path, because later in future we are going to use this path. Just you keep remember it. Then click the next button, and then once you know it what, then click the next button. Again you click the next button, then you'll get the screen like this, like MongoDB campus. By default the MongoDB campus is in enable mode. Just you deselect it. Here you have to deselect this option, then you have to click the next button. Once you click the next button, then next you have the install option. Right now we are going to start the installation of MongoDB. Just you click the install. It takes some time because it's in progress. Once it finishes this process, then you can click the next button. That's all. Finally you'll get the finish button. Then finally you have to click the finish button. Then MongoDB installation is over. Once you finish this MongoDB installation, next we can start with the configuration step. How you can effectively access this installed software. The user must customize the system using the following steps. Okay, based on our requirement, you can customize it based on our preference. So you can go to, already you know this path. That's what I asked you to remember this path. You can go to your local hard disk drive. Just you click the C colon and you will get program files and MongoDB. Like that, you can do it. MongoDB in server 4.2, like bin. This is the location. You can copy the location like this. So just right click it and copy. In address bar, you can go and right click and copy. Then go to the location of hard disk drive and you can see the program file, maybe this location where you can see both the MongoDB server and the client. I'll show it to you. This is Mongo. Already said MongoDB means Mongo server. Mongo means client. Now we have installed both server as well as the client. So MongoDB server, Mongo is client. So you successfully have installed the server as well as the client. So Mongo for client edition, MongoDB for server edition. Sorry, normally here actually you can work with the client server interaction. So you have to install both. By default, it is automatically installed. Then that's all. Just you check it. That's okay, whether it's successfully installed or not. That's what I asked you to verify it. Okay, once you check it, then you can go to this My Computer. Hello. In this My Computer, just you right click it. Actually, the thing is, we can access the MongoDB software from any location. Otherwise, each and every time you have to go to this path, then you have to start this MongoDB, MongoDB, and also Mongo. So this is a very complicated because you keep remembering this path is somewhat complicated. So that you can set the environment variable. Once you set the environment variable, then we can access the MongoDB from anywhere. That is any location, even the C colon D directory, E directory. Okay, you can execute the file without you going for the particular specific folder. So you have to right click this My Computer. I hope everyone is having the My Computer screen like this. Just you right click it and you can select this properties option. Then you'll get the screen like this. Once you go to My Computer and you can right click and you'll get the properties. Then you click it. Once you click the property, then you'll get the screen like this. In this screen, you have so many options in the control panel home. Just you have to select the advanced system settings. Okay. This advanced system setting. Once you click this advanced system setting, actually this is tells about our operating system and our RAM capacity 64-bit. Like that, it can say our computer name, etc. But you have to select the advanced system settings. Once you click this advanced system settings, then you will get the screen like this. Once you get the screen like this, then you have to choose the environment variable in order to set the system properties. That is environment variable. You have to select the environment variable. Once you click this environment variable, then you'll get this. You can get the screen like this, like system variables. Then path. Okay, actually this path. Just you select the path. Once you get this under the system variable, you don't select this user variables. Okay, just you select under the system variable, you have the path. You click this particular path, then you can first step you ensure that whether it's in system variable, then second one you can choose this path. Once you choose this path, then third step you have to click this edit button. Once you click this edit button, actually I am going to specify the path of the MongoDB. Once you included this path of the MongoDB in the system variable, then you can access this part MongoDB from anywhere. Just you have to click the edit button. Once you click this edit button, next you can get the screen like this. Okay, in this screen you have to first step you have to click the new to add the location of the MongoDB directory path in edit environment variable. Okay, just you click this new button, then automatically your cursor blinks here. Just I hope already I told the procedure to copy this path. Just you go to that address bar and you copy that path and just you place it. Just copy and paste it. You paste the MongoDB directory location. Once again I'll show. This is the location in the address bar. If you click it, just you'll get the path like this. Just you select and you copy it. Just simply you paste this location. Okay, you paste the MongoDB directory location. Once you finish it, the first part is you have to click new button. Then second one you have to paste the MongoDB directory location. Then third step you have to click OK. Once you click it, then successfully our environment variable started. Once you set it, then next step you have to create a new folder in any directory. But here I chose the C directory. You go to new directory, you go to C directory or D directory, whatever you think. Even if you are comfortable better, you can go to C directory. You go to C directory, you create a one folder in the name of data. Once you create the folder in the name of data, just double click the particular directory and create one more subdirectory under the data, just called DB. Okay, you go to any C colon or D colon, you create a one folder name is called data. All should be in lowercase. Okay, all the words should be in, all the characters should be in lowercase. Once you click the data folder, that just double click it, then you create one more subdirectory under the data. Just you create a DB. That's it. DB for database. Simply you create DB. Okay, that's all. The thing is over. We have successfully set the configured all the things. Then you can go to this in order to check the MongoDB version. You can go click the Windows button, and or you can use the Windows R. Okay, just you click the Windows R, you type CMD for command prompt. Then you'll get the screen like this. Already said MongoD space double hyphen version. In order to check the client version, you have to use Mongo space double hyphen version. First, you'll check the server version. Just you type MongoD space double hyphen and version. Actually, I have installed 4.2.8. That's why it shows the version number is version 4.2.8. I hope if you install the latest version, that will show the latest version. This is for server edition. In order to know the client edition, you have to type Mongo space double hyphen in version. It will show the both server and client. Both are the same version. Okay, but the difference between server and client is server is a MongoD and the client is a Mongo. That's it. Just you once you ensure it, then next step, this is the last step. We have to start the server as well as the client. Okay. In order to start the Mongo server, the client edition, you have to go for command prompt. Just you close it. Again, I'll tell you. Just you can go to Windows, click the Windows R, then get the command prompt. In this command prompt, first thing you have to start the server. In order to start the server, you have to type Mongo D. Mongo D means server, Mongo means client. Just you press enter, then server is running. You no need to close the server. Don't close the server. Once the server gets running, they will get the cursor is blink here. Don't close it. Just you simply minimize it, because if you want to work with client, the backend the server should be in running mode. So you don't close it. Just simply you minimize it. Okay, at background the server is running. Again, you open one more screen like in command prompt. Now we are going to start the client edition. In order to start the client edition, just you type Mongo. Already you have executed Mongo D for server, and you have to open one more screen. Just you type Mongo. If you type Mongo, then we can, if you press the enter button, then you will get the client screen. In this client screen, you have this arrow mark like this. Here only we are going to work our program. Okay. Do you have any doubt in this? Up to this, the installation, the configuration, installation and the configuration is over. If you have any doubt, you can send a message to our chat box. Now we are going to start the query. I hope everyone is following this. The screen. 1 second. How? You are not getting the screen like this. I think they have chosen something else. The step by step, just you follow it. It's a very simple procedure. I hope everyone did it. How many of you successfully installed this? How many of you got the screen? You can send the message through our chat box. Are you able to follow this? Otherwise, if you're not getting, no problem. Just again go back and you can start from the beginning. Okay, you can reply through our chat box. How many of you successfully installed this? Installation complete. What next? Okay, I think installation. Once you finish the installation, then the configuration. If you need, again I will explain. Otherwise, I will start the query. That's what I'm asking. If you need, again I will explain. Otherwise, you will start the query. Okay, again quickly I will recall this. And just you have to download and you right click and you just click the install button. Once you get the install button, then you will click the next. There are two things that are very important. Here you have to select it. The terms and conditions you have to select it, and the compass you have to deselect it. Here you need to select it. Just to select and click next button and click complete. Then you enable ticket and you have to select this one service as network service user. Then click next. That's all. Then MongoDB campus, you have to deselect it. In service terms and service condition, you have to select it, but in MongoDB campus, you have to deselect it. Once you deselect it, then click next, then click install, then click next, then finally get the finish. That's all, the installation is over. Once the installation is over, then next you have to ensure that the software is installed in this location or not. In order to ensure purpose, you can go to this location like SQL and program files. In program files, the MongoDB folder. In MongoDB folder, you have server, then 4.2 and bin subdirectory like SQL and program files, MongoDB server 4.2 bin. There you'll find the two different files like MongoD and Mongo. MongoD for server, Mongo for client. Then just to close it, in order to set the environment variable. If you set the environment variable, then we can access the file from any location. We no need to mention the specific path. Otherwise, in command prompt, you have to give this exact path. In order to avoid that, you can go to the My Computer and right click it. Just click the properties. Once you click the properties button, then you will get the screen like this, advanced system setting. Just you click this advanced system setting. Then you have to click this environment variable. Once you click the environment variable, then you will get the screen like this. Under the system variable, you choose the path. Once you choose the path, then click the edit button. Once you click the edit button, then you'll get the screen like this. Then you click the new button. Already, I hope you know the location. Just you copy and paste this location. Paste the MongoDB directory location. Once you paste it, then you click the OK button. Once you click the OK button, you go to any directory like C directory or T directory, D directory, whatever the convenient to you, you can go it and you create one folder, just empty folder like data. Once you create the data folder, the empty data folder, just double click it and create one more subfolder like DB under the data. Okay, the data folder, just want to create the data folder, just double click it and you will go inside of the data directory, you create one more directory, okay, or DB. That's all, just simply close it. And in order to know even you no need to check the version, just you go to press Windows button, then you will get this command prompt. Okay, once you get the command prompt, then simply you type Mongo. I think I hope if you get this MongoD, just you type it. Then one second. Just better you click Windows R, run command. In this run command, just you type command. Then I'll close it. I'll close whatever I opened already. Just okay. In order to open this screen, just you click Windows R, that is run. Just you type command. Already I changed the background. Probably you'll get the black screen, and background you'll get the black screen. Just don't worry. In this location, if you are not set the environment variable, you have to give the entire path here. What is the location of the like SQL and program files, and like that you have to give. It's very complicated each and every time to give this program files, everything. So in order to avoid this, already we have set the environment variable. It's not only for MongoDB. It's common to all the programming languages like C, C++, Java. You can everywhere you can use this environment variable setting for all the programming languages. Okay, the first thing is you have to start the MongoDB server. So in order to start the Mongo server, you have to type MongoD. MongoD for server, Mongo for client. Just you type MongoD and press the enter button. Then server gets running. Just you don't close it. Okay, it not gets entered. So what you can do, don't close it, just simply minimize it. Again, you open one more screen, go to run and click command prompt. Then in order to start the client, you have to type Mongo, not MongoD. All should be lowercase, all the characters. Just you type Mongo. Then you'll get the screen like this. Once you got it, then you can start the query now. I'll close all the remaining screens. Okay. And the first thing is you have to create the database. In order to create the database, the syntax to create the database is use space database name. Okay, use space database name. Here I'm going to create the name MyDB. Just you type use space MyDB. So what you can do, use space MyDB. Then it creates the one database in the name of MyDB. You have to work with a client, not a server. Just use MyDB. Just you put now you are switched into this particular directory. Actually, database means it's similar to the directory or folder. We can say similar to the directory or folder. Once you use this, then it's automatically switched to this particular DB. Right now we are in the MyDB database. Then under the database, you can create the number of collections. Okay. In order to confirm the existence of your database, whether the database is successfully created or not, in order to know that, simply you can type DB. If you type DB semicolon, then it will show MyDB. Right now you are in the MyDB. Okay, in order to know the existence of DB, whether the MyDB is successfully created or not. Right now we are in the MyDB. I hope everyone is able to follow this. In order to view all the DBs, just simply you type show DBs. Okay, you can type show DBs. It will show all the database. Already we have admin DB, config, local. Right now we are created one more DB like MyDB. We are not having any file in this. By default, we have three DBs like admin, config, local. Similarly, we have MyDB. Okay, this is the procedure to creating the database. If you no need of database, simply you can drop it. This is syntax to drop the database. The syntax is db dot drop database. If you want, I will show you all the. Okay, if you need, I will paste all the commands through our chat box because I think it's very easy to follow. Just use MyDB, that's enough. Sorry, we have to put semicolon at the end of the statement. You have to put semicolon. Just you copy and execute it. Then DB, it's now to show the existence. Just you copy and paste the command. In order to know all the databases, to get the list of databases, you can type show DB. Just you go simply copy and paste it. Just you copy and paste in your script. Then your query can get executed. Then db dot drop database. In order to drop it, if you want to drop, just you can simply use. I think better no need to drop it. One second. That's all. You no need to drop it. Just if this is the procedure to drop it. So you can drop the MyDB. First you can ensure that the currently saved in MyDB. Okay, before dropping the database, you ensure that currently right now you are in the MyDB. Once you are in the MyDB, then next step you can drop it. Okay. Then if you execute this command, then it shows automatically that drop. By my suggestion is you don't drop it. Then MongoDB query languages. All the query languages are generally you can categorize it to OLTP and OLAP. OLTP for online transaction processing. In RDBMS mainly we use the if you want to perform any transaction, the 4 operations are very important. Insert, delete, update, and display. Even the students are doing the project. The 4 operations are very important. That is the backbone of the every application, like insert, delete, update, and display. Here in MongoDB query also we are going to do the same operation. The operation is called CRUD operation. CRUD. C for create, R for read, U for update, and D for delete. These are the call it as a core operations in the MongoDB. The create in the sense it's almost the similar to insert operation. The creation of data using this insert or update or save method. We can create a data using the insert method, or we can modify the existing data. In order to modify that, you can use the update method, or you can use the save method. These all the methods are used to create the database. Then read method. Once you create it, then you can read the data from it. Here the find method is used for reading the content from the database. Then update method again. Basically, you can go for update. Update is used for both update as well as the creating. Anyway, mainly for create purpose we can use the insert method. For read purpose we can use the find method. For update purpose we can use the update method. Upset is set to false. Actually, this update to the data is accomplished by using the update method. It's upset set to false. Upset means update else insert. If already the data is exists, then it can update it. If there is no data is already exist like that, simply it can insert it. That's it. That's the advantage of upset. Update else insert. That is the thing. Then last one is delete. You can delete the document using that remove method. Okay, for insert purpose, for create purpose we can use insert. For read purpose we can use find. For update, again the update method. Delete purpose we can use the remove method. That's it. That's the CRUD operation. Next one, you can create a collection. First you should create a database. In RDBMS under the database we can create the table. Here we can call it a collection instead of table, because the database we can change the name. Okay, in RDBMS we can call it a table, but in MongoDB we can call it a collection. Under the MyDB only, here I am going to create a collection. Collection means it's similar to the table. So if you want to view the existing collection, to create a collection by the name person. Okay, first you can type show collection. It will show all the collections. Okay, it show all the collections. Just I okay. Just you copy and paste it. Okay, it will show all the collections. I will show to you. Even you just here in order to paste it, you no need to type. Just you copy and in mouse, if you have mouse, just you right click it. Automatically you are getting this command. Just copy and right click it, then you'll get this command. Just to type. Okay, right now we have two different collections already I have created so that it can show person and student. Okay, for you I think you are not having any collection, you are getting the empty. Okay, in order to create a new collection, you can create a collection by the name of person. Okay, you can create a collection by the name of person. The syntax is db means database, create collection is a method, that is the existing method, that is predefined method. If you have more than one word, the first word starting letter should be lowercase and the second word starting letter should be in uppercase. I hope there's some programming languages they are using different naming conversion like camel case and elephant case. So similarly here they followed. If you have used three words, maybe the first word starting letter should be lowercase, and second word and third word onwards, it's starting letter should be in uppercase for the naming conversion. You can create a collection by the way using this db means database, create collection is a predefined method. Here I am going to create the collection by the name of person. So in order to create the collection by the name of person, just you have to I pasted this query. Just even you no need to type. It takes some time. Just you copy this query, right click and copy it, and you can go to your command prompt and you right click. Then automatically you get the same query. db.create collection. Already I have created. So for me it will show the syntax error, but for you it will create successfully. You will get the output. Once you create a collection, then you will get the output like this. Oh, okay, one means you have successfully you have created that table. Like here you can create the collection. Once you create this collection, next thing, now we have created the database. Under the database we have created the collection. Okay, next the collection means that the next thing you have to insert the row or instance or tuple. For that, similarly you can create one more what collection. Similarly the db.create collection something. db.create collection, create a collection by the name food. If you want to drop that collection, you will create a collection, you can use db.food.drop. db.collection name is here food, drop method, you can drop it. If you want, you can try to create one more collection. I will paste the, if you want, you can try to create one more collection by the name food. This is the procedure to create a one more collection. The next syntax is for dropping the collection. Just here I am going to drop the food, not the person. Just you copy and paste it. The collection list after the execution, then you created the one collection and at the same time you have dropped that particular collection. Right now we are having only one collection. The collection list after, if you execute that like show collection, if you type the show collection, then you will get person. Okay, because right now we are having only one collection by the name collect person. I think you no need to type because it takes some time, so better you can copy and paste it. Then if you check the list of collection, maybe similarly we have person, and similarly you can create one more collection. I think again you can type show collections and you can create one more collection by the name student. Again the same syntax. Then the collection is successfully created. Once you create the collection, then next thing you have to insert the value. In order to insert the value, again the syntax is db, that means database. Here I created the student name, collection name by the collection name is here student. So you have to mention the collection name dot method name is insert. In this insert method you have to mention the id. Let us assume that each and every row have different column. The first column is id, second column name is student name, third column is grade, fourth column is hobbies. That's what I said. It's a key value pair. The key is id, student name, grade and hobbies. The values are 1, Raj, 4 and cricket. The id value is 1, student name is Raj and grade is 4 and hobbies is cricket. Okay, this is the combination of key value pair. We have to give this value within the insert method, that is open bracket and close bracket, you have to mention these. Let us assume that in our database we have 4 different columns like ID, student name, grade, and hobby. Just you no need to type it. Just simply you copy and paste it. Yeah, okay. In order to do this, just you simply copy. Just right click and copy, and you go to client edition, not a server edition. Just you right click your mouse, then you will get, okay, then you will get the query like this. Collection. Already have the, just before the thing, you have to ensure you right now you are in this student collection. Okay, just you copy and paste it, then you will get these, automatically your values are get inserted. Then if you want to check it, you can check it. Check the document for student Raj has been successfully created or not. In order to know that, the next thing you have to, again you have to type show collection. It will show it whether it's successfully created or not. Then you will get the output like this. That's all the insert method. This is the insert method. You can insert the data in the collection. Then you can check if the documents of our student Raj has been successfully inserted or not. In order to check it, you can use the find method. Again, DB database, that what our collection name is student, and find method, we can check it whether the document is successfully inserted or not. Just simply you can type it students, then you can type the find in 2 different ways. Simply you can put find, or you can type find.pretty. The difference between find and find.pretty, the find.pretty, it can print the output in the format, okay, in specified format. Okay, in the actually the difference between find and find.pretty, pretty it can print the output in the aligned format. Okay, pretty can print the output in the aligned format. If you want the output in the aligned format, better you can go always, you can go for pretty method. My suggestion is always you can go for find.pretty, because here we can get, it can print the output in the aligned format. Then if you want to insert one more value, again you can use the insert method. My suggestion, you no need to type this all. Again you can go to insert method. Just I pasted all the queries here. Just simply you copy and paste it. Okay, just you simply you copy and paste it, paste your client edition. Then you will get the, already I have installed, for me to show the error. Okay, it shows the error. For you it will execute it successfully. Then if you want to see the output in specified format, in the aligned format, again you can use the pretty method, find.pretty method. Right now I have inserted 2 different rows or records. Okay, again first I inserted the first row, and then second I inserted the second row. Similarly the third row. That's all, the insert is over and find is also over. Next, the update means insert the document Arvind, actually the student name is Arvind here, Arvind into the student collection only if it does not already exist in the collection. That's why I said upset true. Upset true means actually here I am going to insert the ID value is 3, student name is Arvind, and grade is 6. Here I am going to set the hobbies as scatting. Okay, here I am going to set hobbies as scatting. It upset it is true. Upset is true means update else insert. If you are having the value in Arvind, okay, in the name by the name of Arvind or ID is 3, then it's going to update the existing value. If it's not getting the value, like if there is no existing value, simply it can insert it. Update else insert. The values exist, then it can perform update operation. Otherwise, it simply perform the insert operation. Simply it's going to insert the value like ID, student name, grade, hobbies, etc. Sometimes we are not sure that whether the values are available or not, so that we can go for like this. Then upset is true. If you want, you can just to copy paste it. Now right now we have inserted 3 different value. If you want to view the third student value, detail, simply you can mention that ID value. That is what I said, the primary key value. This is a unique value for each and every instance. If you want to see the particular person detail, simply you can type db.student.find. In find method, within find, you have to mention the primary key value. That is a unique value. That's what here always you can prefix, it can add the underscore value. For my suggestions, you no need to type because it takes some time. Because in MongoDB, you can explain this concept even the one day, more than one day also is required. So here I am going to focus only the important concept. You no need to type it, just you simply copy and paste it. Whenever you have the time, you can practice it. Also, later I will tell the materials and books. You can easily able to follow this. The one more important thing, the MongoDB nowadays, many people are using this MongoDB. Even for students are also many, because it's very comfortable. Comparing with RDB, it's easy to learn, and also you can comfortably we can handle the data. You can store and retrieve the data without any headache. Similarly, you can set the hobbies as chess and update through like that. If you want, you can execute it. You can update the value. Okay, you can update. Again, I use the upset means update else instead. Again, if you confirm the record changes, if you perform any changes, that actually I said that initially the hobbies is scatting. Here hobbies is scatting. The next step, I am going to change the hobbies as chess instead of scatting. In order to change it, again you need to use the update method. Here also you have to use update method. The remaining things are same. ID, student name, Arvind, everything is same. But here I'm going to set the hobbies as chess instead of scatting. Then if you again, in order to ensure that whether your whatever you change it, that will be modified or not, in order to know that, again you can use the find method. If you want to type it, then you'll get the output. You'll get the output. Maybe if you want to view the output, you can use find method or find that pretty. My suggestion is always you can go for find method. Sometimes you are not getting the aligned format. Anyway, that's not a big issue. Anyway, you'll get the output. In MongoDB query language, again, this is the update method. Even you can update based on some constraint, like age is greater than 18 and less than 18. Then you can set some value and multi-true. Sometimes we can change the values for multiple columns also. We can simultaneously perform the update operation. Okay. If for update operation, whatever the operation be, for performing any operation, just always you can use this find method. Whether before performing any changes, you can see what are the values are available in this particular thing. Okay, once you see, then you can perform any modification. Okay. Then if you want to add a new column in this particular collection, already we have 4 different columns. I'm going to add one more column by the name location. And also here I given the column name as well as the corresponding value is Chennai. So that also possible. You can add the one more column like location and values are Chennai. For the particular row, that is third row, that's what I mentioned ID3. Further you can do it. Once you perform changes, then you have the next step, you have to ensure whether that is successfully inserted column or not. In order to know that, just you can use the find method, that is find that pretty. Again, it update and set location as Chennai. I think that is fast anyway. And the thing is, you no need to type the query because I copy and paste every query, so you no need to type it. Then similarly, the remove method. The remove method, simply here we have to use the remove method based on some constraint. Here, suppose whatever the operation, simply use the find method and PD. In order to remove it, you can use the remove method or you can use the unset. Unset means if you are going to work with some value, you want to remove some value, you can use the dollar symbol. Okay, db dot collection name dot update method. Within the update method, you have to mention all the parameters. You are going to perform update on third row. That's what the primary key value, ID3. Then unset location. Just now we have inserted the new column as location. Now I'm going to unset. Unset means it's going to remove the location by Chennai. Simply you can use it. If you execute this query, then it automatically it can remove the particular column location from the our existing collection. It can remove it. If you want to check it, then next you can ensure that with the help of this find and pretty, whether the column is successfully removed or not, then it will get removed. Then similarly the find method also, if you want to say check the particular student before proceeding, okay, student name Arvind, you can use this. Whether if there any document is having the student name as Arvind, you can use it. Okay, simply you can type like find method. Again, the syntax is not much complicated. In the first time only it looks somewhat different. Once you, the same syntax you are going to follow. My suggestion is always you can go for the pretty method because you will get the output in the proper aligned format. Okay. Then the next thing, the find method. Here we can display the student name from all the documents of the student collection. If you, the identifier ID should be suppressed and not displayed. I want to display all the details without ID number. That is that I don't want a unique value like ID. In order to suppress that value, you can mention the put the empty within the empty bracket. You no need to mention it here. You no need to mention the underscore ID. And also at the end, you have to mention the underscore ID is 0. It means it's going to suppress the value. It can show all the values except that ID. It's going to show all the values except that ID. Just you can, if you don't want any unique value, you can remove it. Similarly, here it can display the student name and grade from all the documents in the student collection, but it suppress the ID. It can print the student name and grade without ID value. If you want, you can use it. Otherwise, you can suppress the ID value. And then some relational operators also you can use it, like equal, not equal, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, greater than or less than. Just for simply, suppose if you want to find the documents with the grade is say 7, maybe you can use db dot student is a collection name, find. Within the find method you can mention the constraint like grade is equal to 7. Simply you can type, then you'll get the output. Similarly, I am not going to, because due to some time constraint, I will explain this. If you have time, you can execute. Already share this PPT to sir, and maybe the sir will share this PPT. Maybe it's a copyright issue. You can use this PPT for your personal use. You can don't share it. You can use it for the personal use. And also my suggestion is, if you have time, you can use some web material and you can practice it. If you have any doubt, you can always, you are welcome to mail me. I will help you. Whatever you have the doubt, if you find any struggle to for the installation or executing the query, you can send the mail me. I will help you. Whatever I know, just I will help you. Similarly, the not equal to operation is not equal to the grade is not equal, and in means suppose chess are scattering. The hobby is either chess or scattering. It can print the output, and not in. In the sense, neither chess or not scattering, like that. And similarly, the cricket and the student name is the same way. You have used multiple operators, and the student name whose name is begins with K means you can use this syntax, and whose student name ends in J, like that you can use it. Similarly, the student name has an array. In the student name, is there any character is an R, like that you can use it. Slash R, slash R, slash dot, slash, like that, like a regular expression R. The remaining comments all are same. It looks like big, but it's not. It's very simple. And then regular expression is there. Similarly, you can use the count, limit, sort, and skip. Count means it can find the number of documents in the student collection. For that, you can use the count method. Similarly, the grade is 7. The count the number of documents in the student collection where grade is 7. Some constraint. Similarly, limit means you can retrieve the first 3 documents from the student collection, even though you inserted the 10th instance, but it can show only the first 3. If you want 5 documents, simply you can use it limit of 5, like that. Then to sort the values, in order to sort the values, you can use sort. You can sort the instance or rows based on student name. Maybe it can arrange the instance rows in the ascending order. If you want descending order, simply you can put the student name as -1. -1 means it will print in the descending order. Then similarly, the document from student collection, grade in ascending order and the hobbies in also in ascending order. If you want change, you can change it. Grade is ascending order. If you want descending order, then hobbies you can mention as -1. Simply, if you want to skip the first 2 documents, you can use the skip method. Skip up to, then it can skip the first 2 documents from the student collection. Simply, skip the first document. And similarly, it can -2 means it can skip the last 2 documents. And skip of 2 means it can print the first 2 documents. The limit of 3 means it can print the 3rd row, 4th row, 5th row. It will skip the first 2 documents, then print the 3rd row, 4th row, and 5th row. That's it. The reference is better. You can follow this book. There's the Big Data and Analytics by Seema Acharya and Subhash Nichalapan, widely publication. And you can use some web reference also. Okay, thank you to all. If you have any doubt, if you need, I am ready to execute this all. But due to the time constraint, I close this. Anyway, I share this PPT to sir. You can practice it if you have find any doubt. 1 second. I think you have. Sorry, I think We have time now. I thought the time is 4 o'clock. Okay, no problem. We have half an hour more. We will execute the query one by one. I thought now time is okay. You have now time is 3:30 only. We have half an hour more. Again, we will execute the query one by one. Sorry for that. Okay, by mistake, my watch is shown the wrong time. Okay, anyway, we will execute the query one by one. I hope. Sorry for that. I think we have. Do you have any doubt in this up to this? I think is it comfortable to you? We have successfully installed and we have changed the configuration and we have changed the configuration everything. And I hope now you are very comfortable to create the database like use MyDB, and you can create under the database. You can create the collection. You can create the number of collections under the database. Then once you create the collection and this syntax to drop the collection. Once you create the collection, then we can insert the rows or instance or tuples. Okay, you can insert it one by one based on this is what primary key value, this is the column value. Simply I said difference between find and find that pretty. Find means simply it can print the output, that find that pretty it can print the output in the aligned format. Similarly, you can insert the one more. In order to insert it, the syntax to insert the value is database name dot collection name dot then insert of, that's it. Okay, this is the syntax. Even you know need I will write the thing.
Sir, Dr. Vinod, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, one question from Kavita Anand. Actually, he asking question: what is advantage of MongoDB over Excel?
Over Excel.
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, even if your data is very small, better we can normally the Excel. Even though you are having the Excel, it's very difficult to gain some insight. Simply where we can store the data and we can perform some process. In order to gain the insight, we have to perform different process, like we have to draw the graphs and many things. But if you use the database, maybe here we can store a very large volume of data. I think the Excel we have some constraint. I think the maximum number of columns is I think there is no constraint in the row, but anyway we have some constraint for storing the data, and also it takes some time for the access. If you use the DB database, maybe we can execute the program in effectively and efficiently. Maybe the retrieval time is very less in database. We store the data in the database. Maybe it takes very less time for the retrieval. But in MySQL, if you are going to deal with very small amount of data, maybe that's no problem. Let's assume that if you have 20,000 instance, I think I executed one program. I think totally 15,000 instances are there. Maybe and maybe 20 or 30 columns are there. In order to execute that program, it takes around 1.5 days. That is one of the main topics. So better instead of storing this SQL, maybe we can move the data from MySQL into the Excel sheet into the any DB. Maybe the execution time is very less in database. And also one more thing, here we can store the large volume of data. I think in the Excel where we can store only the structured data, but I think it's very difficult to maintain the unstructured data, semi-structured data. Anyway, the MongoDB, here we can store the unstructured data, and also here I already said the difference between Oracle and MongoDB. Even if you use the Oracle, that even though there is a proprietary version where you can store only up to the 1 terabyte of data, but it's not possible to store the data more than 1 terabyte. But in MongoDB, where we can store the data even the more than 1 terabyte also. This is one of the main advantage. Already it's shown the many vendors and many industries that are following the MongoDB. But recently our students also, many students are using this MongoDB for the project work because it's very comfortably we can use it. And also it's understanding is very easy. Here there is no join concept. If you use the RDBMS, the join means we have to retrieve the data from multiple tables. When you are retrieving the data, if you are going to retrieve the value from only one table, then there is no problem. You can get it. When you are going to retrieve the data from multiple tables, even though it's a 2 table, 3 table, also very simple. Sometimes you have to retrieve the values from the you have to compare the many tables. Maybe the time complexity. Time complexity means how long time it takes for the execution. If you retrieve the data from only one table, then there is no problem. Simply you can retrieve it. If you are retrieve the value from more than one table, maybe let us assume that you are going to retrieve the value from 10 different tables, but before retrieving the data, you have to perform some comparison. Maybe the comparison it takes some time. Maybe the execution, maybe it's a very long time it will take. So Even the time complexity is mainly depends on the number of comparisons. So we are not getting the quick response. But anyway, the MongoDB quickly you can get the response. But the thing is, you should write the queries like this. That's one of the main advantage. The two main purpose: the quick response and large value, where we can deal with the large volume of data. And that step here we can deal with the unstructured data. That is the advantage. Any other doubt?
Yes, sir.
Yeah,
Actually,
yeah,
sir,
thank you.
yeah, actually, I have small doubt, sir.
Yes,
Actually,
sir.
normally we are doing stock verification library. We are using the Excel format
Yes, sir.
so
Yes.
far.
Yes, sir.
Actually, you are talking about the MongoDB as a very highlighted, and because of observing your lesson, whether it is possible to applicable to the library for stock verification alone.
We can apply it, sir. But the thing is, if a data is a structured data, if a data is also not a small volume of data, better you can go for it. So even the RDBMS is enough. MySQL or Oracle is enough. Where the thing is, when you are going to deal with the large volume of data, uh, if suppose I want to predict the temperature of tomorrow's temperature, for that I can use the last 1 month data. I think I use the last 1 year data. So that situation we are having very large volume of data. Maybe your data set size is too large and you are not going to deal with the unstructured data, means we can go for MongoDB. Otherwise, if your data set size is too less and even if your data is a structured data, better you can go for RDBMS is much better. Actually, this MongoDB is not a replacement of RDBMS. Depends on our requirement, we can choose it. Any other doubt?
Thank you, thank you.
Okay.
Any questions, doubts from participants, please?
You
This
can
is
ask other
completely
you
for
can.
your session.
Yes, sir. I'm Kavita. Thanks for
Okay.
description. But only I have one more question. That
Yes, ma'am.
up till you were giving the example of, I think, a structured data and not unstructured data. Like how
Unstructured.
data.
Unstructured data means nothing. Unstructured data means I will show an example. Even here I mean that unstructured means if you have, let us assume that a table. In this table, you have roll number, sorry, serial number, roll number, then name, age, gender, age, a place. Maybe the first row I am going to use all the value, roll number 101, name Raj, then age 31, place Chennai. Then second value also I am going to use this all the value means that is structured data. But here I am going to store only the roll number and the name, not age and the place. The third one I am going to store 103 name and the age, but I'm not going to store place. Even this is also considered as an unstructured data. But the thing is, if you use the RDBMS like Oracle or MySQL, unnecessarily, even though you are not utilizing this space, but by default, it will occupy some memory space. But it allocates some memory space for even those unstructured data. This is one of the main drawback of the RDBMS and like the MySQL and Oracle. But if you use the MongoDB, it will not allocate any memory space for this unutilized space. It can allocate the memory space for only the utilized space. That is the difference between RDBMS and MongoDB. Whatever the value you are using, it will allocate the memory, it reserves the memory for only the whatever the value you are using. But in Oracle, sometimes it assumes that if it's one or two records, then there is no problem. Sometimes we are in the position to handle with the 10,000 or 20,000 tuples. Sometimes the more if you are using any unstructured data, maybe many empty values. Sometimes the empty values is larger than the actual value. The empty value is larger than the actual value. So that's what sparse data. These are the one of the main drawback with the MySQL and Oracle. So these kind of problems are rectified with the help of this storing the unstructured data. That's what I said. Any other doubt? Even we can deal with the any like unstructured data like the text data, even audio data, video data. Also we can deal it. If you have time, we can discuss it. But anyway, I given only the basic. Due to the time constraint, maybe this I given only the limited. But if you want to know the syntax, then you can practice it. If you know the environment, if you know how to work with it, then you can practice it. Okay. Then any other doubt?
Yeah, thank you, sir. Only thing like it not need to specify that I have given the database. Like database will itself take that I have not given value to the rest of the column or rest of the variables. Is that so?
Yes. The thing is, in database, it can.
Roll number, name I have given, but next three variables I have not given. So database itself will take, or I need to tell the database that I am not going to give this for that record. That's why.
But the thing is, if you use RDBM, Oracle or MySQL, it unnecessarily it will occupy the space for even the empty place, even though you are not enter the data. But it's a structured because you, whenever you write the RDBMS query, you mention like this. Suppose roll number means you will mention number of 4. Maybe if the 4 digit is reserved for this roll number, whether it were used or not, it doesn't matter. But it will occupy 4 bytes for each and every roll number, for each and every record. But this is the one of the drawback. But in MongoDB, we are not mentioning any constraint like this. Simply we can use the number. We no need to mention any constraint like this. Then based on the requirement, it will allocate. If you enter any value, it can allocate the memory. Otherwise, it will not allocate the memory. Here we are not restricted like RDBMS, but RDBMS or MySQL. In RDBMS, we will use the number. In MySQL, we can use the integer. Here you have to mention integer as 4. Means even though you are using or not using the roll number, but by default it will allocate the 4 byte. But here the MongoDB is not like that. Once you enter the value, then it will allocate the memory based on the enter. Okay, whatever you have entered in that database. That's the thing.
Yeah, got the point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Then any other point? There are small changes. That's it. Then any other? Okay, let me start the execution now because I skipped the many slides. I hope now you are comfortable to insert these values like find. Then the 4 operations are very important. I said the CRUD operation: create, read, update, and delete. I think these all the operations are very convenient for you. I think we have executed all the commands up to this. Am I right? Okay. This one second. Okay. Student find that grade is equal to 7. Okay. Then to use some relational operators: equal to, not equal to, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, greater than or less than. Here you can find the documents where the grade is set to 7. You have inserted a number of instances, that is row. But the thing is, here you have to search the whose grade is equal to 7. In order to know that, you can type DB means database, student means collection name, then find is a method. In order to access the find method, you should mention the collection. So we are going to apply the find method on the student collection. So you have to type db.students.find method. The find is a method. Method means it has some open bracket and close bracket. So normally the method means it's a find method, open bracket, close bracket. Within this open bracket, close bracket, we can give some argument. Find of argument. Okay, you can give the argument. Actually the method means the general definition of the method is set up to perform some task and finally it returns some value. Okay, it's set up to perform some task and finally it returns some value. It actually returns the method call, that is function. Simply we can call it a method or function. Both are same. Function or method. In C and C++ programming language, simply we can call it a function. In Java, we can call it a method. But anyway, both are the same. In some programming language, it may get different. Actually, here you have the function call and the function definition. I'll show the one. Give an example. Suppose the add of 10, 20. It's a function call. Then we can write the corresponding function definition. Add of like that. It's a simple C program example. Here we can perform some operation and finally it's going to return some value. This is a function call or method call. It will call the corresponding function definition. The 10 is assigned to here, the 20 is assigned to y. Then if I put a z equal to x plus y and a return of z, what will happen? If return of z means that simply it will going to add the 10 plus 20 as 30, the 30 is stored in this variable z, then it is going to print the 30. Maybe this function call or method call is replaced by that returned value, that is 30. That value is stored into x and not x, say a. Similarly, this was a relationship between function call and the function definition. Here we are going to use the function call, not a function definition. In the find method, we are going to use the function call. But the thing is, we no need to define the function because everything is already defined. Here simply we are passing the grade is equal to 7 as an argument. Then what is this function will call the corresponding function definition or method will call the corresponding method definition. Then that will perform some task. Then finally that will return the output to this. Then anyway, this function call is replaced with this output. That's what, if whenever you are executing this command, then you will use any function, then you will get the output. Then next one, suppose the find those documents where grade is not to 7, means you have to use here NE instead of equal means you have to use EQ. Not equal means you have to use NE. That is N for not E means equal. That is not equal to. Just you can practice this query. This is for not equal. Similarly, you can suppose you can find the documents from the student collection where the hobbies is either chess or skating. If even any value, the hobbies may be chess or skating. It will print all the rows whose hobbies is either chess or skating. You can practice it. Then similarly, the hobbies set to neither to chess or nor is skating. Both are not there. So you can use the only one things are different. If it is either means you have to use in anyone. If not in means you have to use NIN. That is not in. Then next one, simply you can find the find method to find those documents from the student collection where the hobbies is set to cricket and the student name is set to Raj. Based on some constraint, I am going to print it where the hobbies is cricket and the student name is Raj. Even if you want only one constraint, you can mention only the hobbies as cricket. This is also possible. Then here this is what I said. To find those documents from the student collection where student name is begins with K. So db dot collection name dot find method. Here we already know the column name. Okay, student name. The starting letter should be K. So you have to use the upper cap then K. The dot pretty. Pretty means you know that you will get the output in the aligned format. Within find is a method or a function. You have to pass whatever you need. You can pass as an argument. Then to next one to find those documents with the student collection where the student name is ends in G. These are very complicated in Excel. Okay, if you want, then maybe you can do it, but it takes some time. But he said we can comfortably you can store the data, process the data, and retrieve the data comparing with Excel. Then here whose name is ends with J. Simply you can use the db.student that find. For my advice, you no need to type it, just simply you copy and paste it. Take copy and you can go to this not a server edition because we are not getting the screen here. You can go to the client edition and you right click on your mouse, then you'll get it. Then you'll get the output like this. ID is equal to 1, student name Raj, grade is equal to 4, and hobbies as cricket. Because whose name is ends with J. Here the name is ends with J is Raj. Similarly, you can execute this all the commands here to find those documents from the student collection where student name has an R. You can use this symbol syntax, or you can use the second syntax, or you can use the third syntax. The $regular expression means the dollar means always we can get the value. Regular expression means R. You can use any one of these syntax, but the remaining things are all same. The difference is only these things. Whose name student name has an R. You can use any one of these syntax, then you'll get the output. I will execute it. Just you copy and paste it. Go to client edition, not the server edition. Just you paste and press enter. See here, student name is Kumar, and like that. Okay, any place we have R. Kumar, the name Kumar you have the character as R, and Arvind also have the characters as R. This way we can get the value. That's the relational operators, and similarly the regular expression to find the document from the student collection where the student name ends in R. I think I'm a little bit fast, but the thing is, you no need to type each and every query. Just whenever you have time, my advice is you can practice the query. Just you can type the word one by one whenever you have free time. Next, some operations like count to find the number of documents in the student collection. For that, you can type db dot collection name dot method name is here called count. So you can type this. Just you copy and paste your command prompt in the MongoDB client. Just if you want to clear screen, just you can use CLS. CLS means that will clear it. Clear the screen. CLS for clear the screen. Just you right click, then you will get the paste. Right now we have entered only the three rows or three tuples. So we got the value of 3. Next, to find the number of documents in the student collection where the grade is 7. Number of documents in the student collection where the grade is 7. Simply you can type it. You can copy and paste it. Right click and number of documents in the 0 document. I think there is no rows with the value 7. If you want, you can print it. You can type accordingly. Then, because previously I used many rows. Similarly, if you want to print the 1 second, I will check grade. I think that we have entered many grade value previously. There is 1. Okay, grade is 6. We have entered the grade 6. Okay, we will check 6 instead of the 4. Not 7. We will check the 6 grade value as 6 instead of 4. Okay, will you see here? We have only one document. We have only one document. We have installed. Okay. Similarly, count number of documents is it. Then I'm going to the students are also asked to enter your attendance and feedback link. Don't forget to fill the attendance and feedback link. Okay, here you can say instead of 7 you can put the 6 also, because in this example I have used the 6. One second. Sorry, faculty, sorry, professor. Hi, start that. Okay. Copy, then here you can use the grade is 6. db dot student find grade is 6 and limit 3 means it can print only the first 3 rows. But anyway, we have only one student grade is 6, so it can print. Let us assume that we have 10 different value. Even though it has the 10 different rows, it has the value of grade is 6, but it will print only the first 3 grades, the first 3 student details. That's it. That is in this way we can restrict it. This way we can restrict. Then sorting, the count and limit is over. Next, to sort the number of document, that is student document from the student collection in the ascending order. For that, db dot to collection name dot find dot sort of student name 1. Student name 1 means it can sort the tuples or rows in the ascending order. If it is a -1 means it can sort in the descending order. 1 means it can print in the student name in the ascending order, the alphabetic order. If -1 means it can print in the descending order. For that, clear in the screen, you can use PLS. Here, it can print in the ascending order. But instead of doing my +1, I am going to put -1. It can print it in the descending order. The first time Arvind Kumar Raj, but in descending order Raj Kumar and Arvind. That's the difference between ascending and descending. Then to sort the document from the student collection, first thing, there are 2 constraints here. First thing is the grade is 1 and hobbies is 1. Both are in the hobbies. If you want the hobbies in descending order, grades in ascending order, and the hobbies in descending order means you have to put hobbies as -1. Both are ascending order means you have to put 1. One is both are descending order means you have to put -1. One is ascending order and another is descending order means in ascending order you have to put 1, and for descending order you have to put -1. Simply you can my screen is visible to you.
No, sir, you are doing something. It is visible.
No, sir, I'm not doing. Someone is doing this, sir.
Yeah, because
I'm not doing it. Someone is you opening the Dinathan, that's what I'm asking. Is it possible to close it?
Yeah, please, Paul.
Okay, sir. Okay. But actually, I'm not using that.
That's what that you are doing.
Oh, okay.
No problem.
Someone is checked the mail. I thought someone is.
Yeah.
Okay. But
actually,
then
somebody
next one
doing mistake.
Yes, sir.
Unknowingly
Next,
they are doing.
yeah, okay, no problem. Then next one is to sort the documents from the student collection. First on grade and second constraint is on hobby. Both are in ascending order. Both are in ascending order. You have to put one. If descending order means -1 and one is ascending descending, accordingly you have to change it. Then that's it. Skip means you can skip the, if you want to skip only the first two documents from the student collection, you can use the skip method. Normally the method it can perform some action. So db dot student collection name dot find and skip of 2 dot pretty. Simply pretty means you know that just print the output in the aligned format. Just if you want to, you no need to type it. Then just you right click and it will show the output. Here I have practiced only the 3 rows. If for you can insert more rows like 10 or 20 rows for the better understanding. Then next to sort the document from the student collection and skip the first document from the output. Okay, you have to sort the student document in the ascending order and skip the first document from the output. For that you can type the query like this. db.student.find skip the first document, that was skip of 1. Then remaining rows are arranged in the ascending order. That's it. Remaining rows are arranged in the ascending order. See here, you got the, here already have the 3 rows, but the first row is the student name is Arvind. It can skip the first row where the student name is Arvind, but it will print the remaining row. Even the remaining rows also we can limit it based. Okay, if you want to display the last 2 records, we can use the db.student.count of -2. Means it can print only the last 2 records. If you want to first 2 records, you can use skip of 2. You can use it limit of 2. If you want the last 2 records, you can perform the count and you have to subtract the -2 so that it can display the last 2 records from the student collection. PPT is not visible. Sir, whether I think someone says PPT is not visible. One second.
Are you showing PPT, sir?
Yes,
now?
sir. I'm showing. Yes, sir. From the beginning onwards, I started showing the PPT.
Yeah, now
sir.
is okay, sir. Now is okay.
Okay. Someone is presented, I think.
Yes. Actually, the end of the session, no time. That's what everybody is getting lazy.
It can see here to display the last 2 records from the student collection. For that, you have to use that student's count of -2. Similarly, to retrieve the, suppose if you want to retrieve the 3rd, 4th, and 5th document from the student collection, for that you have to use the DB means database, student is a collection. Find method, PT means that print the output in information. You have to skip the first 2 rows. In order to skip the first 2 rows, you have to put skip of 2. Limit of 3 means simply if we are using the limit of 3 without skip means it print first 3 rows. But the thing is here, first you have to skip the 2 rows, then you have to print the 3 rows. It means that it can skip the first 2 rows, then it can print the next 3 rows, like 3rd row, 4th row, 5th row. For that you have to type the command like this. For the practice you can easily get it. I think that's all the thing is over. Anyway, similarly you have many queries. Once you know the syntax of this, once you know the procedure to execute it, then you can do it. You can use any online resource or the textbook reference. Then you can practice it. If you have any doubt, you can mail me. I will give my mail ID and contact number. You know that mefcoeng.ac.in. My contact number is 8610948355. Okay, thank you to all. If you have any doubt, you can ask me through our chat box, or even you can ask me. Otherwise, you can send the mail. Okay, thank you to all. Sir, that's all the session is over, sir. Hello.
Thank you, sir, for giving excellent presentation.
Thank you.
Really, it is enjoyable one right from beginning. So
Thank you, sir.
excellent. You are coming and you are accepting our question. And thank you for all the audience from different state. Once again, we are meet tomorrow. So exactly before this, 10 minutes before the session, all the requesters please come and join. Thank you, sir. Thank you.